Just turn to that page, and then I'll be ready.
103.
The water disappeared, but there's more over there.
Yep.
All right.
Would you like a cup there?
I would love one. Thank you.
So 104.
I'm telling you, these new
103.
cedar ream,
It was 104.
What is it?
I am so not a
103.
fan.
I knew it was 100 something.
Yeah, but that's not for me. Okay. All right, that's there. Here. So did you do conditional notes here again?
Yep, the very end. We'll pull up the card line.
Great.
And I'll do announcements then.
Sounds great. I'll tell another thing, a president joke.
There you go. You're on, Harriet.
Okay.
You gotta be kidding me.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan us b'bina lahakim ben yom u'ben laila. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shasani b'tzalmo. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shasani bat chorim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shasani Yisrael. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam pokeach ivrim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam mabish arumim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam matir asherim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam zokef kufim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam mekaret al hamayim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam mekim mitzadei gaver.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shasali kol tzorkihi. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher Yisrael b'gvuraha. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher Yisrael b'tifaraha. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hatein yair koach.
You may be seated.
ותננו היום וכל יום לכנו חסד ורחמים בעיניך ובעיני כל ותגמלנו חסדים טובים ברוך אתה ה' גומל חסדים טובים לעמו ישראל.
Amen.
לעולם יהיה אדם לשמיים וחטא ותעלו. אשרינו מה טוב חכנו מה נעים גורלנו מה יפה ירושתנו אשרינו שאנחנו משכימים ומעריבים ערב ובוקר ואומרים פעמיים בכל יום
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Hashem Kavah Machzaram. Baruch Hashem Shulchan Barabim.
Kadesh Shimcha Makashesh Mecha Kadesh Shimcha Ba'olamecha V'Shorcha Tarim B'Tabia Karnenu Baruch Ata Adonai Mekadesh Shimcha Barabim.
Amen. What?
What we're doing?
Page 111? Yes? No?
No,
Not yet?
because we don't have a minion.
That I haven't gotten as far yet. Do you count people on Zoom for a minute?
Only if we have to.
Only if
We
what?
have people that,
Cameras are on.
Oh,
well.
okay. All right, well, we could wait. We'll have a minion soon, I
We can have it
gather.
outside, and we often go ahead and come back. I mean.
Yeah.
That would be fine too, but I knew there were people here, but they just weren't here.
Right. Shabbos, good morning. We're counting minions. Do we have a minion? Yes, we have. Yes, we do.
Okay,
Page 111.
109,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, dear.
sorry, page 109, Rabbi Ishmael, member Social Security, Torah, Nidreshet.
Yachrina Beinehem. Shanin Kamonio.
וכן שני מקשישים זה עד שיהיה ברוך השישי, יכריע ביניהם. נשים תהיה כיסא לתורה. ואהבת לרעך כמוך, אני אדוני. יהי רצון מפניך אדוני ולרע בתינו, שתיתן חלקנו בתורתך, ונהיה מתלמידיו של אהרון הכהן, אוהב שלום ורודף שלום, אוהב את הבריות ומקרבן לתורה. Kaddish Rabbanan, page 111.
Page 111.
Yitkadal v'yitkadash shmei rabbah.
Amen.
V'alma divrach yirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayei d'chol beit Yisrael v'agala v'zman kariv v'imru. Amen. Yehi shmei rabbah mevarach v'yalam v'yamei amaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yithadar v'yitaleh v'yithalal shmei d'kudashah b'rechu. La'ela mikol birchata v'shirata tushbachata v'nechemata da'amiran v'alma v'imru. Amen. All Yisrael v'all Rabbanan v'all Tamidehon v'all kol Tamidehon v'all kol man oskin b'oraita di v'yatra hadein v'di b'chol atar v'yatar. Yehi l'chon uchon shlomo rabba China v'chista v'rachamim v'chayim arifin umzona revicha v'orfor kana min kodom avuhon d'bishmaya v'imru. Amen. Yehi shlomo rabba min shemaya v'chayim tovim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav hu b'rachamav yaseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol Yisrael tevel v'imru. Amen. היום יום שבת קודש שבו היו חבים אומרים בבית המקדש. עוד ינובן בסבר השנים ורננים יהיו להגיד כי ישר עיני צורי בלא הבלהתה בו. Page 120. מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד.
שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד. כי רבי אבל חיים ברצונם. הסתרת פנך הייתי נפעל. הפך למספרים.
הפך למספרים ומחולי פיתק תסקי ותזריני שמחה למען ישמרך כבוד ולא ידום אדוני אלוהי לעולם עמדך. קדיש יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה ויעלמה דברך ירותי וימליך מלכותי וחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב וימרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ועולמי עמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה ברכו. לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום Aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol Yoshvei Tevel v'yimru. Amen. Please rise. Baruch
Shamar
v'haya
Olam Baruch Hu Baruch Hasav Reshit Baruch Shema Baruch Mechem Ha'aretz Baruch Hu Baruch Baruch Halav Netzach Baruch Matzil Baruch Hu Baruch Shema
Yachi Cheomi Melech V'Shivach V'Vorei Ad Shmo Hagadol Baruch Atah Adonai Melech V'Holo Bati Yishpacho.
Amen.
Hodu Adonai Kivu B'Shmo.
May be seated in Allah Shabbat. 123. Hodu Adonai Kivu. Al Tinu Shulchan Al Tarayu.
Ki gadol Adonai mulal me'od v'norahu el kol Elohim ki kol Elhei Hamim elilim v'Adonai shamayim
Asa Hod v'Adonai Hod v'Ched v'Avim Kamo Havu Adonai Mishkotem Yihum Ki v'Lishpot Etar V'Imru Chalamin V'Avel Ad
Ramamu Adonai le'bishtakavlu l'Adamot al Kodoshu Ramamu Adonai le'bishtakavlu l'Har Kodsho Ki Kadosh Adonai Eloheinu V'Hu Achum Yikaper Avon V'Lo Yashchi.
125.
Adonai tzporoshe Adon Boteach Bach Adonai Mashiach Melech Yaneinu B'Yom Karenu Hoshia et
Tamecha Uvarech et Achlatecha Ureim, 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 Ureim V'Naseim Naseim Ad Haolam Shia Kumar Ezutalah
ואני וחסתך פתחתי רגלי בישועתך אשר ענתי כמחל עליי למנצח
מזמור לדוד
השמיים מספרים כבוד אל מעשה ידיו
אלוהי יכבד לי אינו מביאים דברים בלי נשמע קולם
תורת אדוני תמימה תורת אדוני תמימה Torah Adonai Tehimima Meshivat Nafesh Edut Adonai Nemana Edut Adonai Nemana Edut Adonai Nemana Makimat Peti Pikuderai Yirat the night Ram. Mizav Mifaz Ram. Nonfits of him. You the Ratsonim Wifi Begon to be the Fanecha Adonai Tsuri Vagoho Ali. The David Bashanato Tamoli Fliapi Melach Bakasheh
128. God the light Shmeach Dadarashim. You were telling Kedashak, he mocks her Leroy.
Mi
Ha'ish Hechafetz Chaim Ohev Yamim Lirotov Or Lishon Chameira Usvatecha Midaber Mirma Sur Meirav Yasei Tov Bakei Shalom V'Radfehu Mi Ya'ish Poder HaNefesh Avodah V'Leishmenu Kol HaChosim Bo
Poder Adonai Nefesh Avodah V'Leishmin Lo Yashpu Kol HaChosim Bo Tfilah L'Moshe Ish HaElohim
Tefillah L'Moshe Ish Elohim Zron Tam Shena Yuva Woker Kasser
Vahinu amando Eloheinu Aleinu Maseyadenu Konana Aleinu Maseyadenu Kohanenehu Yoshe V'Tzetu
Yoshe v'seteram b'tzel Shaddai Yitlom V'amamanu. Ki ataram. Orachim Yosef, Rabbi Yorachim Yosef, Rabbi Shuati.
Yikraini Ve'enehu Imo Anochi B'Tzerach Atzehu V'Achabdehu Orachim Imas B'Yehu V'Arehu B'Shuati Orachim Imas B'Yehu V'Arehu B'Shuati Hallelujah, hallelujah, Chairman and hallelujah, dead and nice.
She was sleeping by the fire. She always sleeping.
Beit Israel Baruch Hu et Adonai, Beit Haron Baruch Hu et Adonai, Beit HaLevi Baruch Hu et Adonai, Yireh Adonai Baruch Hu et Adonai, Baruch Adonai Mitzion Shekhin Shalayim, hallelujah.
Yeah.
Please rise.
132.
Hodu Adonai
Hodu Adonai Kitov, Kili Elam Chasto. Hodu Adonai Kitov, Stamon. L'Rokar Tzalamayim, Kili Elam Chasto. That's him. Hete Yarech V'Chum Yom Shabbat. Kili Elam Chasto, L'Gazay Yom Sufi. L'Makim Lachim G'Adonai Kili Elam Chasto.
Noten lechem b'chol basar, kili olam chasto. Hodu le'el shamayim, kili olam chasto. Rananu tzadikim
banalai sharim lava tehila. Hodu l'Adonai b'china. Ein melech nashav rav chayil gibar l'insa b'rav koach. Nashin chik d'Adonai zeh maginim.
Nafshinu kiktalet noizvenu maginenu hu kivo yismak libenu ki v'shem kodshov atachnu yihi chastak Adonai aleinu kasher yachal nulak. Mizmor shir l'yom hashabbat.
Mizmor shir l'yom hashabbat. Tov l'Adonai zeresh l'yom. Tzadik atamayim. Gid kesher night suri v'lav latapal.
Tzadikata ha'mahor yifrach ke'erez balvanon
Yiskel
shetulim
shetulim beveit Adonai Chatzrot Eloheinu Yafrichu Yenuvon B'Seiva D'Shenim V'Rananim Yiyu Lehagid Ki Ashar Adonai Tzuri Tabo. Adam 135. I don't know if you're talking.
V'hurachum yikaper avon v'lo yashki, v'herbal hasher l'hashiva po v'lo ya'yokol chamato, Adonai Hoshia melech enenu b'yoham
Kareinu.
Ashrei yeshvei v'techa jelu
Ashrei yeshvei v'techa jelu chasel la Hashem shkachon. B'choyom u'v'rcheka v'hal Hashem kadon. Lo deilu nenu. So mechon al-chol v'zei keif l'chol akfufim enechon. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Bayom of the Western Tav, Ashrei Shel Yaakov Yisrael. Osish my Lord, at the end
Adonai, Shomeret, Givim, Tom, Vamana, your day, Videl, Koshem, Yabeh, Imloch, Anali, Lamahaskin, Ledovador, hallelujah. Hallelujah, Kitov,
Hallelujah, Kitov, Zamra, Elohim, Kilim, Navati, La, Benishlam. Gadol, Adonai, Nevarav, Koach, Notain, Living, Lachmal, Rotzer, on Jirel, yet, Amyakolim, Lachostaj. Magi Dvarav Yaakov.
Magi Dvarav Yaakov Kavim
Hallelujah.
Israel. Osachin Lekogo Mishpatim Bayadaum. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yalva Chamadana Ki Yadana Yudu. Hallelujah. Aminar Tani Vachotamo.
Vayarim Karen Liamati Lalachol Chasida Bipnei Yisraelim Krovo. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shema Tabikal Hasidim Yismaku Yisrael Yosabinitzum. Ja, los Hasidim V'Chavim.
Sor Machikim Besikim Nik B'Dehem B'Chavle Barzel Lasot Behem Mishpat Katuv Hadar Hulachosach Hasidab. Hallelujah.
Ja.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. El Bekocho. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Berkia Ozo. Hallelujah. 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 Kerav good love. Hallelujah. 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 Take a shofar. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. B'nei v'chinor. Hallelujah. 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 B'tov umachol. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. B'minim v'yugav. Hallelujah. 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 V'tzir tzalei shama. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. V'tzir tzalei trua. Kol hanshamate hallelujah. 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 Kol hanshamate hallelujah. Hallelujah. Kol hanshamate hallelujah. Hallelujah. Baruch Adonai Le'olam Amen v'Amen. You are from the Lord, Amen v'Amen.
Amen v'Amen.
142. I think we're going to stand as we continue with Vayevarch David.
Vayevarch David Adonai li nekol hakahal vayomer David. Atahu Adonai Elohim asher bacharta bi Avram b'seitim yokazim v'shamta shmo Avraham amatzat levabonim manafanecha v'charot imo habrit ateta.
V'charot imo habrit ateta hakneha. V'terot
והים בקעת לפניהם ויעברו בתוך הים ביבשה ורפיהם ישלח לבם סלעות כמו אבן במים עזים.
143.
ויוש אדוני בים ויורש את מצרים
Moshe
החיה הגדול אשר עשה במצרים ויהיו את אדוני ויאמינו באדוני ובמשה עבדו. Az
Yashir Moshe Uvenei Yisrael Et Ashira Hazel Adonai Vayomru Lemor Ashir Al Adonai Oga Sus Verachva Rahama Vayam Ziv Zimracha Vayili Lishua Zeli V'yanvehu Elohei Avi Varam Menu Adonai Shmelchama Adonai Shema Yichamocha Ba'ili Adonai Yikamocha Nevala Kodesh Alatirot Sefer Elnevik V'Tchecher
תיקח מרים הנביאה אחות
Vatikach Miriam
ותצאנה כל הנשים אחריך.
Ki Goga Susrachma Rama Vayam
שיר לנוי כי גאוגה.
Vayam Ahu Yachad Shmo
כי
Chad
לאדוני המלוכה משיח בגויים, ועלו משיעים בהר ציון לשפוט את הר עשיו, והייתה לאדוני המלוכה, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו
Echad
נשמת כל חי.
Barechet Shimcha
אדוני אלוהינו.
You may be seated in Allah Shabbat, everyone. We're on page 145. Nishmat Kol Chai Tivarech Sheshwan Podomatzon
נדמה לך ומי ישווה לך ומי יערך לך, האל הגדול הגיבור והנורא אל עליון, קונה שמיים וארץ. נהלל כל לשבח כה נפאר כה נברך את שם קודשך כאמור. לדוד ברכי נפשי את אדוני בכל קרובי את שם קודשו. האל בתעצומות עוזך הגדול בכבוד שמך, הגיבור לנצח והנורא בנורתך, המלך היושב על כיסא רם ונישא.
Harry Yashkoch. Big Hardy Yashkoch to Harriet. Thank you so much for a beautiful Psuke de Zimra on the Shabbat Kitisa. Go right ahead.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Yashar Harriet. Rabbi Saul Grife has served as a pulpit rabbi for over 36 years since he graduated from the Reconstructionist Rabbinical College in 1986. He also has a master's degree in education from the Jewish Theological Seminary and a double degree in philosophy and Jewish studies from Yeshiva University. Rabbi Grife has been studying the international program known as Daf Yomi, learning one page of Talmud a day. A devoted fan of classic rock, especially the Grateful Dead, he has taught classes on Judaism and the Grateful Dead and wrote an original rock opera about the book of Genesis. Rabbi Saul Grife has admirably and enthusiastically served the Jewish community his entire career and anticipates doing so for many years to come. Please join me in welcoming Rabbi Grife to the Bima. You're up. You can do it. Faith in you.
Thank you. President Liz, good to see you. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Wonderful to see you. We're on page 147, and we're in the second paragraph with Shochenad. Shochenad marom v'kadosh shemo v'chaturan ezavim. Befi yesharim titalav divrei tzadikim titbarach uv'shon chasidim titromam uv'kerev kedoshim titgadash uv'makalot rivavot amecha beit Yisrael. Bring night, Bishop. Le'odol le'halel le'shabech le'faher le'romem la'ader le'varech la'lel kales I'll call divrei shirot v'tishbachot, David ben Ishai, avdecha meshichecha, yishtabach shimcha lahad malkeinu. Berachot v'hodol be'atavi ad olam baruch atah Adonai el melech gadol batishbachot el odod Adonai niflot habocher b'shirei zimra melech alchei ha'olamim yitkadav v'yitkadash merabah v'yamad yirachirtei v'amlich malchutei b'chayechon uvyomechon uvchayedecho beit Yisrael Bagala, Bagala, Uvizman Kariv, Vimaru, Amen, Yehi Shmei Rabba Mevorach, Li'alam U'amel Maya, Yitbarach, V'yishtabach, V'yitpar, V'yitramam Yinaseh, V'yitadar, V'yitaleh, V'yitalal, Shmei D'Kudsha, B'richu, Le'ela, Mikol Birchata V'shirata, Tushbechata v'nechemata damiran bi'alama v'imaru. Amen. 149 is Baruchu. Baruchu et Adonai hamivorach. Baruch Adonai hamivorach li'olam v'hed. 150 the bracha. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam yotzer or v'rei choshech oseh shalom u'v'rei et hakol hakol yoducha v'kol yishabchucha v'kol yomru ein kadosh k'Adonai hakol yomru kadosh Amen uv'tevu mechadish b'chol yom tamei maseh v'reishir Ein kerkecha v'ein zulatecha efes piltecha umidom melach. Ein kerkecha v'ein zulatecha efes piltecha umidom melach. Ein kerkecha Adonai Eloheinu b'olam hazeh v'ein zulatecha malkeinu l'chayei ha'olam haba efes piltecha go aleinu limot HaMashiach v'ein dom melech HaMoshienu litchiyat hametin. 151, El Adon to the melody, the Hasidic melody of Anim Zmirot. El Adon al kol ha'ma'asim baruch u'mvorach b'fi kol neshama God lovetu v'malei olam Datu tvuna sovavimoto Hamid kahe al chayot hakodesh Nedar bechavod ala merkava Zechutu mishar lifnei chiso Chesed v'rachamim lifnei chvahodo Tovim miyorot shebara Eloheinu Tzaram bedad vina uvaskel Koach ugvura natan bahem Liot moshlim mekerev tevel Maleim ziv umfikim noga Na'eziv am bechol ha'olam Smechim b'tzeita v'sasim bevoam Osim bi'ema son kohonam Pierre v'chavod nonim lishmo Tzahal avarin al zecher malchuto Kara l'shemesh v'yizrachor Ravi hitkin tzurat avana Shevach nonim lo Kol tzeva marom Tiferet ugedula Srafim yofanim v'chayot hakodesh Yai-da-da-da-dai Yai-da-da-da-da-dai Yai-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dai Yai-da-da-da-dai Da-da-da-da-da-dai Yai-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da 152 La'ela sheshavad mikol ha'ma'asim Bayom ha'shvi'il Tiparach Moshieno al Shevach Maseyadecha, V'yomer Or Shasita Yefarucha Selah. 153. Tiparach Sureinu Malkeinu V'goaleinu Borei Kedoshim, Yishtabach Shimcha L'Yom Yotzer Mishartim. Kulam ahovim, kulam berurim, kulam giborim, v'chulam osim b'emav yirah ritzon konam, v'chulam potchim et pihem, b'kedusha v'torah, b'shira u'v'zimra, umvarchim u'shabachim, umfarim u'maritzim, u'makdishim u'mamlichim, et shem ha'el, HaMelech HaGadol, HaGibor v'Hanora, Kadoshu. V'chulam mekablim aleihem ol malchut shamayim zeh mizeh, v'nonim reshut zel adish yotzram, b'nachat ruach b'safa v'rura, uvinim akrasha kulam kiechad, onim v'yomrim b'yirah. Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzivahot, Melech ha'aretz kevodo. Ve'ofanim ve'chayot ha'kodesh, Barash Gadol minasim l'matzerafim, Liumatam meshabchim, ve'omerim, Baruch kevod Adonai, mimkomo, Le'al brochimot yiteinu l'chai ve'kayam zimrotim. Or Chadash al Tzion Tahir, Or Chadash al Tzion Tahir, V'nizkechu lanu Heira Lioro, V'Heira Lioro, Baruch atah Adonai, Yotzer HaMeorot. 154, Ava Rabbah, 2 words at the top, means great love. Hopefully we'll have lots of love in our lives. Love for our tradition, love for the congregation, the shul, Judaism, love for family and friends, love for Kol HaBriot, all of God's creatures, the people we know, the stranger among us. Love will see us through, and I hope we'll have a lot of it, and above all, love for ourselves. If we don't love ourselves, how can we expect others to love us too? Page 154 at the top. Ahava Rabbah Havtanu, Adonai Eloheinu, Chem Lagidol Avitera, Chamat Aleinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Ba'avor Avoteinu, Shebatchu V'cha, Avinu Malkeinu, Vatilamdem Chukei Chayim, Kein Techanenu Tlamdenu, Avinu Havarachaman, Amrachem Rachem Aleinu, V'tein B'libeinu Lahavinu Askil Lishmo, Alil Modu Lilamid, Lishmor V'lasod, Ul Kayem et Kol Divrei, Talmud Toratecha B'Ava, V'ha'er eneinu b'toratecha, v'dabek l'beinu mitzvotecha, v'yached levaveinu li'ava ol yira et shemecha, v'lo nevosh li'olam va'ed, v'lo nevosh li'olam va'ed, ki v'shem Kodshecha Hagadol v'Hanora Batachnu, Nagila v'nismecha Shuatecha. For those who would like to begin gathering the tzitzit in preparation for the paragraphs of the Shema, including Vayomer, now's not a bad time to do so. We're on 154, celebrating the existence of Israel, modern Jewish homeland. V'haviheinu l'shalom me'arba kanfot haaretz v'tolicheinu kol memiyut li'artzeinu Ki elpo Yeshuot ata vanu v'acharta kol avilashon v'kei ravtanu shimcha hagadol selah be'emet lecha o yacherecha b'yahava baruch atah Adonai abocher b'amo Yisrael b'yahava Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shekov Baruch V'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha b'chol levavecha u'v'chol nafshecha u'v'chol miodecha v'hayu advarim ha'ele asher anochi mitzavecha hayom al levavecha v'shinantam levanecha v'dibarta bam v'shivtecha b'veitecha u'v'lechtecha v'derech u'v'shachbecha u'v'kumecha u'kshartam liot al yadecha v'ayu l'totafot beinenecha u'chtavtam al mizuzot beitecha u'visharecha vayam shmo tishmu al mitzvotai asher noch mitzvot. Psalm to bit the right ila al levavachem yom. Leman yibru yimechem v'minechem ala daman sherish baron ala vatechem latelem kimer shamayim ala aretz vayomer Adonai el Moshe lemor dahaber el bnei Yisrael v'amarta alehem v'asu lahem tzitzit al kanfei videhem ledoratam v'natnu al tzitzit hakanaf v'til techelet vayalachem litzitzit uritem oto uzachartem et kol mitzvot Adonai vasitem otam velo taturu acharei levavchem v'acharei einechem asher atem zonim achareihem leman dizkuru vasitem et kol mitzvotai v'item kedoshim leloechem Ahani Adonai Elohechem Asher Otzeiti Etchem Me'eretz Mitzrayim Liolachem Lelohim Ani Adonai Elohechem Adonai Elohechem Amen V'yatzu v'nacham v'kayam v'yashar Yolom v'hem Ledor v'ador hu kayam u'shmo kayam V'chison achon machuto v'monoto la'ad kayamem. This is a traditional place to release the tzitzit as we continue. Udvararav chaim v'kayamim. Emet shatahu Adonai Eloheinu v'elo avoteinu Malkeinu melech avoteinu golenu gol avoteinu Yotzreinu tzur Yeshuateinu Podeinu matzileinu me'olam shemecha Ein Elohim zulatecha Ezrat avoteinu Atahu me'olam Magen Mashiach chodor v'ador. Bottom 157, Emet, Emet, Emet atahu rishon, Emet, Emet, Emet atahu acharon, Umi baladecha, Ein lanu melech, Melech goelu Moshiach, Umi baladecha, Ein lanu melech, Melech goelu Moshiach. 158. Mi Mitzrayim galtanu Adonai Eloheinu v'nipeditanu. Tehilot le'el hayom baruch hu v'varach Moshe u'Miriam u'vnei Yisrael lechanu shira b'simcha rabah v'yamaru chulam. Those who want to rise for Michamocha may do so. Others may rise for Tzur Yisrael. Michamocha ba'elim Adonai Michamocha nedar b'kodesh norati lot osei fele shira chadasha shibachol geulim leshimcha asfatayam yachad kulam hoduvim lichu v'yamru Adonai imloch le'olam vahed Tzur Yisrael Kuma b'ezrat Yisrael Uftechinu mecha Yudah v'Yisrael Go aleinu Adonai tzivot shemo Kedosh Yisrael Baruch atah Adonai God Yisrael. Shabbat shalom.
We're gonna call you absurd, is that okay?
Whatever you'd like.
Yeah, but Corey won't be wearing a mask. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. If you want to give the aliyah to someone else, it's really fine with me.
It's an honor. It's an honor.
Yeah. Do you call aliyot, do you ever call more than one person at once, or you do one at a time all the time?
We generally do one at a time, but sometimes we do. If both people want to come up, we call them both.
Gotcha.
We do a couple for like a and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. But
Gotcha.
obviously we follow your leadership on that.
I'm kind of following you guys right now.
All right.
Thank you for this. Let me give this back to you now because I'll forget it later.
Thank you.
Okay, you got it. Thank you. Shkoyach. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. A welcome to all of you who are here. A welcome to everyone who is with us on, holy cow, Zoom, live stream, Facebook, Divine Intervention, however you're here. Wow, it's good to have everybody. It's nice to see you, and we hope you're well and enjoying the Shabbat. This is Shabbat Kitisa. It is Shabbat coming up to the Purim Pesach season. Next week we'll start that with special Shabbatot, and it's a lovely day to be alive and be together. So we're on page 159. We're going to continue with the repetition of the Shacharit Amidah. For those of you who would like to rise for the beginning or for the Kedusha, whatever works for you, please follow your tradition. Adonai Seftai Tiftachu Fi L'Gidrotacha. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Ve'Elohei Avoteinu V'Imotenu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak Ve'Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah Elohei Rivka Elohei Rachel Ve'Elohei Leah Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor V'Hanora El Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim V'Konei Hakol V'Zocher Chastei Avod V'Imahot U'Mevi Goel Livnei V'Neihem L'man Shemo B'Ahava Melech Choser U'Fokeru Moshiach U'Magen Baruch Atah Adonai Magen Avraham U'Foked Sarah Ata Gibor Le'olam Adonai Mechai Metim Ata Rav Lahoshia Mashiv HaRuach U'Morid HaGashem Mechakel Chayim Bechesed Mechayei Metim Berachamim Rabim Somech Noflim Verofei Cholim U'Matir Asurim U'Mekayem Emunato Lishenei Afar Michamocha Bal Givurot Umido Melach Melech Meimit Umechayeh Umatzmiach Yeshua V'neman Ata Lachayot Meitim Baruch Atah Adonai Mechayeh HaMeitim. Nekadesh et shimcha ba'olam Shem shmaktishim ota bishmei marom Kakatuv ayad neviecha Kara zel zevi amar Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh Adonai tzivot Beloch al haaretz kivodo Az b'kol rash gadol adir v'chazak mashmiim kol minasim liumat serafim liumatam baruch yomeru baruch kevod Adonai mimkomo. Mimkomcha malkeinu tofia v'tim loch aleinu ki mechakim nachnu lach matai timloch v'tzion v'karov b'yameinu li'am v'tishkon tit gadal v'tit gadash Toch Yerushalayim irecha Ledor vador Netzach netzachim V'einenu tirena malchutecha Kadavar ha'amur b'shirei uzecha V'einenu tirena malchutecha kadavar ha'amor b'shirei uzecha. Ayidei David, Ayidei David, Ayidei David, Mashiach tzidkecha. Ayidei David, Ayidei David, Ayidei David, Mashiach tzidkecha. Yimloch Adonai li'olam, Elohai Ichzion, Ledor Vador. Hallelujah, Ledor Vador, Ledor Vador, Ledor Vador. Nagid God Lacha, Ledor Vador, Ledor Vador, Ledor Vador. Nagid God Lacha. Ola netzach netzachim, Kedushatecha nakdish, Kedushatecha nakdish. V'shivchacha Eloheinu, mi'ipinu lo yamush, li'olam, li'olam, va'ed. Ledor vador, ledor vador, ledor vador. Nagid God lacha, ledor vador, ledor vador, ledor vador. Nagid God lacha. Ki HaMelech Gadol, Gadol v'Kadosh, Gadol v'Kadosh Ata. Ki HaMelech Gadol, Gadol v'Kadosh, Gadol v'Kadosh Ata. Baruch Atah Adonai, Ha'el HaKadosh. 162. Those who want to remain standing can do so. Others can be seated for Chazarat HaShatz. Yismach Moshe b'manan chelko, ki eved neman karata lo, kilil v'tiferet rosho natata, b'yamdaho lefanecha al har Sinai, u'shnei luchot avanim orid b'yado, v'chatuv b'hem shemirat Shabbat, v'chein katuv b'toratecha. V'shamru v'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat lasot et ha-Shabbat lidorotam berit olam. Beini uvein b'nei Yisrael oti li'olam, oti li'olam, oti li'olam. V'shamru v'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat lasot et ha-Shabbat lidorotam berit olam. Ki sheshet yamim asa Adonai et ha-shamayim v'et ha'aretz v'shamru v'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat lasot et ha-Shabbat lidorotam berit olam. Uvayom hashvi'i shavat v'yinafash, shavat v'yinafash, shavat v'yinafash, v'shamru v'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat lasot et ha-Shabbat lidorotam berit olam. 163. Ki Yisrael mechanet tato b'yava l'zor Yaakov asher bam b'charta amikadshei shvi'i kulam yispu v'yitangu b'tuvecha v'ashvi'i ratzita bo v'kidashto chemdat yamim oto karata zecher lemasei v'reishit. Eloheinu v'Elohei avoteinu ritzei v'imnuchatenu kachenu b'mitzvotecha v'tein chelkeinu b'toratecha sabeinu mituvecha v'samcheinu b'shuatecha v'taher libeinu li'avdecha V'hanchilenu Adonai Eloheinu B'ahava uvratzon Shabbat Kodshecha V'yanuchu v'Yisrael Mikadeshei Shemecha Baruch Atah Adonai Mikadesh HaShabbat Ritzei Adonai Eloheinu b'yamacha Yisrael v'filotam v'yashev erol v'alivir b'techa u'tfilotam b'yavat tikabel b'ratzon u'tihil ratzon tamid avodat Yisrael amecha v'techazen enel b'shuvecha l'tzion berachamim Baruch Atah Adonai amachazir shchinato l'tzion modim anachnu lav. Hatov ki lo chalu rachamecha ve'hamerachim ki lo tamu chasadecha ki me'olam ki hivinu lach ki me'olam ki hivinu lach. Yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 V'al kulam yitbarach v'tulam shimcha makeno tamid le'olam va'ed v'chol ha'chaim yoducha selah v'alu et shimcha be'emet ha'el yeshuatenu v'ezratenu selah Baruch Atah Adonai Hatov Shimcha Ulachana Lehodot. Do you guys rise for Birkat Kohanim? 165. Eloheinu v'Eloheinu mitenu Barchenu Babracham Shuleshet Batorah Haktuv Alidei Moshe Avdecha Hamura Mipi Aaron Uvanav Kohanim Am Kiroshecha Ka'amur. This is one of those places in the service where we draw together and feel blessed by Hashem and the Kohanim and our leaders and by us all. So if you're sitting next to someone that you'd like to put your arms around or your talit around, or someone you know, or someone who's a new friend, whoever it might be, we're all wearing masks, so we should be pretty safe, we hope. So we're going to now continue with the words of bracha from the Torah. Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'choneka Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God bless you, protect you, give you light, shine His favor upon you, and grant us all peace in a world of peace. And let us say, Amen. Sim shalom tova uvracha chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha barcheinu avinu kulanu ki echad Kipi arpanecha natata lanu Adonai Eloheinu sim shalom tova uvracha chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha Torat Chaim v'ahavat chesed, Torat Chaim v'ahavat chesed, Utzaka uvracha v'rachamim v'chaim v'shalom, sim shalom, tova uvracha, chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha v'tov b'einecha levarech levarech et amcha Yisrael b'chol eit u'v'chol sha'a b'shlomecha sim shalom tova uvracha chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha Baruch atah Adonai hamvarech et amo Yisrael b'shalom. 167, we're going to conclude the Amidah and Shacharit with Kaddish Shalem. Yitkada v'yitkada shemei Rabba Amen v'yalema divra chirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon v'yomechon uv'chayedecho beit Yisrael ba'agala uv'izman kariv v'imeru Amen Amen Yehei Shmei Rabba Mevorach Li'alamu Almei Almaya Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpar v'yitromam v'yinaseh v'yitadar v'yitale v'yitalal Shemei Rikudish Shabrichu Li'ela Mikol Birchata v'shirata Tushbechata v'nechemata damiram b'alama v'imeru Amen Titkabel tziloton uvauton decho Yisrael kodam avahon divishmaya v'imeru Amen Amen Yehei Shalom Araba min Shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imeru imru Amen Oseh Shalom b'imromav Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol Yoshvei Tevel v'imeru Amen. Thank you. Shabbos, everybody. So nice to see you all. So, you know, every congregation is different. And you have all types of groups. You got people who know how to daven, and people know a lot, and people don't know much, and people know a little, and singing congregations, and listening congregations, and congregations that sing on key, and others who don't. All sorts of great things, you know. But one of the things that I'm noticing about this congregation, it has not only a lovely group of people who love to be here, been hearing it from everybody, but also a congregation that knows things. I was hoping to just come in and, you know, get away with just telling you anything, you know. But I don't think it would fly with you guys. You guys seem to know your Hebrew, you know. The davening, all this stuff, it's great. It's great, it's great, it's great. So it just reminds me of different types of congregations. When I was a high schooler in the religious northeast of Philadelphia, for those of you that know that place those days, a bunch of us went to Israel as teens and came back, got very observant, wore kippot to school, started davening 3 times a day, the whole thing. So there was like 12 of us, and actually most of us went to Yeshiva University. We got that, you know, into it for a while, a long while, but I mean, we got into it to get Yeshiva. So we went to Yeshiva University. We had a ringleader among us who was a year older, and was from Israel, and he could be a little bit of a wise guy in a good way, So I remember once we were sitting, we had our place in, I guess if this was the shul, right over there. Watch out for this group. That's the troublemaker section. That's where we sat. Oh, yeah, see, I was shaking it. See? Shaking. Some people would be in shame, you know? Others are celebrating. He sees us. It's great to see you guys. Good Shabbos to all of you over there. You got a minion by yourself. You don't need me. You can go out and daven, do your thing. So we were there one day, and, we were high schoolers, and so you'd probably be surprised to hear that we would talk from time to time. So I don't see much of that going on here. You guys are davening. Wow. It's like I should make a YouTube video on how to go to shul. Daven, do all that stuff. So anyway, one day we were there, and we were talking. This one guy was talking in particular, and the elderly Shamish, who was a dear friend of us. We were all beloved to each other. Once came up to us during the repetition of the Amidah, and he saw we were talking. He went, shh. And I guess we kept on talking. Gee, can't believe we wouldn't listen to the first shh. So we kept on talking. So all of a sudden the Shamash came up to the ringleader, and he said, tell me. He said, what did you come to shul for? He said, did you come to pray, or did you come to talk? So for most people, it'd be like, sorry. El Batten and I looked right back at the Shamash. And again, we were all close and friends for years. Looked right back at the Shamash and said, what, are you kidding me? He said, I came to talk. If I wanted to daven, I could have davened at home. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Thanks for welcoming me, and it's great to see you. And welcome to everybody again on all the technology. Thank you. The dear lady in the back who's running things. I guess we got Zoom and live stream, and I heard you have YouTube too?
Yeah.
Cow. Wow. All right, good. The more the merrier. Opens the minion up, So I believe we're up to the Torah source now?
Yeah.
Page 168? Benjamin, good to see you. Welcome.
See you too.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Take it away, friend.
Ein kamocha ve'elohim Adonai v'ein k'ma'asecha malchutecha
malchut kol
olamim u'memshaltecha b'chol
dor v'ador
Adonai
melech Adonai malach Adonai yimloch li'olam v'hen Adonai oz li'amo yitain Adonai yivarech et amo v'shalom avarachamim heitiv avir tzoncha et Zion tivneh chomot Yerushalayim tivneh chomot Yerushalayim Ki vecha levad batachnu melech el ram benisa adon.
Vayehi b'nsoach ha'aron vayomer Moshe
Adonai v'yafutzu oivecha v'yanusu v'sanecha Necha ki mitzion tetzei Torah ki mitzion tetzei Torah u'devar Adonai miYerushalayim Baruch shenatan Torah Baruch shenatan Torah li'amo Yisrael b'kedushato.
Bay
Ana amar tushmecha ve'ana rachet ve'ana rachet ve'lishmei kadisha kadisha yakira
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu Gadol, Adonai Kadosh Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adoneinu, Kadosh Shema.
Gadlu LaAdonai Iti, Unaroma Mashemo Yachdav.
Hey guys, me first? I can give you a lot of reasons why not. Can I go after you? Ladies first, please go right ahead.
Eretz. Adonai Eloheinu, Veishtachavu, Veishtachavu. You guys, 538. Sorry. I'm a joy kill. Adonai Eloheinu, Veishtachavu, Veishtachavu. Oh, yeah. No, I don't. Oh, I have it. It's in my heart. It's in my heart. Lovely. This is good. That's it. There's always a revolving door. It's a perpetual rabbi search. And if it's if there's lunch every week, I'm shipping these lunch. How much does it cost to do this?
Say plus up 13 there somewhere, or 12? Does it play one more shot? Up top?
Okay. Where do you want me? There?
Are you making any remarks before the Torah?
I'll say something different. Are you guys going to announce the pages and do all that?
Yeah.
Good.
You get a break. Relax. Until you read the Torah. So you can either talk or you can follow, right?
I can be an Indian or a chief, for sure. Right now, I'm just going to say a couple of words. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Lovely to see you. It's been a while since we had crowds and Torah processions, you know? So, question. Shuls do things differently. For a long time, we didn't take the Torahs out. We weren't here. We certainly didn't process with them, all that. Now it's happening again. It's a lovely thing to see. There are many reasons why we process with the Torah. Anybody know any? Want to venture forth an idea? Why do we take the Torah from up here, out of the ark? We want to read it, but why do we march it around? And often it's marched in a way that everybody can get to it either before or after the Kriyah.
Because it's all of Jewish people's Torah, and it should be celebrated and used by all. Could be wrong, though.
That's also a Jewish statement. I could be wrong. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I'm actually, my sermonic thoughts or whatever thoughts are going to, a little later, going to touch on that. Sometimes, often, in a lot of gatherings, there's like hierarchies, you know, like those who are known to be in or out, or the leaders or the followers or the popular people, whatever it might be. Lest we think that the Torah belongs to just the elite, whatever that means. The clergy, the Talmidei Chachamim, the people who support the shul, whatever it is. Lest we think it belongs to just some of us and not all of us, we make a strong statement to say that Torah belongs to everyone. And so one of the reasons we march it around is so that not just we can see it and touch it and kiss it, but everyone can too. And that's very important. Nobody likes to feel second best, and nobody wants to feel they don't have as strong a connection to the Torah as somebody else for whatever reason. When the Torah is lifted for Hag Ben Galila, for people who are up here or have had an aliyah, they often get a chance to kiss and touch the Torah. However, if you're not right up here, and I often have a tradition of just inviting people to do their thing. You want to come up in the bima, see the Torah. I do it a lot, different times, different reasons. People in the congregation will often, when the Torah is being lifted, there's a tradition to show the Torah to everybody. Some people lift it, you know, they got that talent that they can like cross their arms and they lift it, and by the time they lift it up, it's already facing you, right? So be careful with the Torah. Others lift to turn around. So why do we do that? Because the Torah belongs to everybody. Not everybody might have been up here for an aliyah. Every shul has different traditions. Sometimes some shuls call up one person at a time. Others like to call up lots at a time, groups at a time, whatever. So the idea is that the Torah belongs to everyone. So when people see the Torah, if they haven't been up here, they have a tradition of often lifting their tzitzit towards the text, the script, the ketivah, kissing it, or they have a tradition of reaching out with their small finger in their left hand to touch that. But I will tell you that any finger will work too. If you're lucky, you got 10 of them, and they're all for good reason. So it's really important to know that everything good belongs to everybody, and that's the way it should be, including the Torah. So we hope you enjoyed seeing it and touching the Torah, and some of you will be up here, and everyone will see it later. And remember, it's Torah Tamima that belongs to all of us. So Shabbat Shalom. Today's Parsha is Kitisa on page 523. A quick word, it is a Parsha filled with narrative stories. There's a lot to read in there. We're going to read it again when we get to Shvat Shkalim, and it's going to talk about incense, and it's going to talk about the building of the tabernacle, and you're going to hear names like Betzalel and Aholiav, who are the craftsmen, and you're going to hear about Moshe going up to the mountain, and the Egel Zavav, the golden calf. Tough story, tough episode for our people. But what I want to bring to your attention quickly is that when Moshe broke the 10 Commandments, and we could talk about this for years, when he broke the 10 Commandments, like, imagine the scene. He's like brought down God's Torah, the revealed Torah. This is it. It's like a one-of-a-kind thing. It's not like you go to the store and it's like 12 dresses. They all look the same. Pick one. Like 10 Commandments. This is it. He breaks it. What are you going to do? Does he dare God ask God for another set? God, you back in your Aron Kodesh, get it? Your holy closet. Give me another set. But God says to him, yeah, we do have another set. Psalacha, carve for yourself 2 tablets like the first. They were different in nature. For another time we could talk. But today is a beautiful day to remember that when we're lucky, second chances can come our way. and they're a great thing to take advantage of. Nobody gets everything right every day. We need another day, another time. A second chance. Maybe there's somebody out in the world that's waiting for you to give them a second chance for whatever. Maybe the person you have to give a second chance to is yourself, because we're not always perfect, hardly ever perfect, and we need to try again. So I hope when second chances come our way, we'll really take advantage of them, because they don't always come our way. Certain things are one and done. A lot of tragedies are that way. But when we can, let us learn from God in the Torah. Give somebody another chance. Give yourself another chance. Let's see if we can do better and come closer together than ever before. The Torah reading begins.
The first Aliyah is going to be found on page 538, verse 12.
All right.
הכל בגודל אלוהינו, תנו כבוד לתורה, כהן קרב יעמוד. Speak first, yeah. Still another one in there. It's like יעמוד צבי הרש בן אפרים הכהן ברוך שנתן תורה למויסו בקדושתו ואתם הדליקים לבניכם חיים כולכם היום. ברכו אדוני המבורך ברוך אדוני המבורך ללא ועד ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen. Vayomer Moshe el Adonai Reyem Atam Omer Elai Ha'al Esawam Azev Yatalav Datani Eis Asher Tishlach Imi Viata Marta Yidati V'Shem V'Gam Matzah Sachein Bein Noim V'yatoim Matzah Sichain Beinacham Honieni Nois Derachacham V'yein Davacham Lemanim Sachein Beinecha Ureim Ki Amcha Goyazem Vayomar Panay Elechu Vanicho Silach Vayomer Elav Im Ein Panecha Holachim Al Taleinu Mizem Uvameh Yivadayfo Ki Matzah Sichein Beinecha Ani Vamecha Halo Belektecha Imanu V'niflinu Ani V'yamecha Mikol Awam Asher Al Pnei Adamam.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayil natav b'tocheinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ya'amod tzvi ben Nachman halevi v'henya.
Second Aliyah is found on page 539, verse 17.
Baruch Adonai Havarach. Baruch Adonai Havarach Lom Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher B'chabonu Mikol Ami V'natan Lanu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. Vayomer Adonai Moshe Gavaham Esadavora Zebabah Asher Dibarta Esem Ki Matzah Sachein Beinayim V'yein V'Shem Vayomar Hareini Noes Kivotecha Vayomer Ani Avir Tovia Pnecha V'Karavavasi V'Shevabeim Adonai Lifanecha V'Chanosi Es Asher Arachon V'Rikamti Es Asher Arachem V'Yomer Lo Suchal Eros Es Panoi Ki Lo Yirani Adam V'Choim V'Yomer Adonai Hine Makom Iti
v'nitzavto al atzur, v'ayam b'var kivodim, v'samticha b'nikras atzur, v'sakosicha pi alecho adovri, v'asirosi eskapim, v'ra'iso esacharoim, ufanai lo yera'um.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chei olam tabatochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Ya'amod harav Shlomo Yitzchak ben Mendel v'Leah Shlishi.
Third aliyah found on page 540, verse 1.
Ashkoch, everybody. Beautiful. Ashkoch, everybody. Great job. Baruch Hu et Adonai Barach. Baruch Adonai Barach Lilam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Mecholam. Asher bachar banu mikol amim v'natan lanu Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen. Vayomer Adonai Moshe pisol lecha b'bah shnei luchos avanim karishonim v'chasavti ala luchos es hadvarim asher hayu b'bo ala luchos arishonim asher dipartam ve'asher shipartam ve'yenokon lamoker v'lisa b'moker el Har Sinai, v'nitzavta li'isham al rosh ha'ar, v'ish lo ya'ala ima, v'gam ish al yera b'chol ha'ar, gam atzon v'abakar al yeru, el mul ha'ar ha'hu, v'yivso shnei lukos avanim karishonim, v'yashkem Moshe b'boker v'yalel al Har Sinai, Kashabahem, Tzivo Adonai Osom, Vayikavach biyado, Shnei Luchos Avadim, Vayered Adonai be'anan, Vayisyatzei v'mavosham, Vayikra b'shem Adonai, Vayavar Adonai al panav, Vayikra Adonai Adonai, El Rachum v'chanun, Erech apayim rav chesed v'emes, no tzer chesed lo alafim, no seyav v'avon v'afesh avichatam, v'nakeh lo yinakeh poked, avon avos, abanim yaben nevahem vanim, al shileshim yal riveim, v'yimaher Moshe, v'yikod artzam v'yishtachu, Merim no Amatsasi came Benecho Adonai, Yelek no Adonai, Mikir Benu, Ki Amkshe Orefu, Visalak Tababa, Labonenu, Ukatasenu, Unachaltanu. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam tabatochenu baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ta'amod Shendel bat Shlomo v'Freida Rezi'i.
The fourth aliyah found on page 540, verse 10.
You guys will stand for the legal vote. You're kidding.
Baruch Hu es Adonai Hamparah. Baruch Adonai Hamparah le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol hamim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
Amen. Vayomer hine anochi koreis paris nengen kolamcha esaveni flowos ashevaver lo nevra'u v'kol ha'oret uv'kol hagoyim
V'ra'achol asher ata b'kirbo es ma'aseh Adonai ki norahu asher ani osei mach shemor lecha v'es asher anochi mitzavacha hayom hineni goresh mipanecha es v'mochri v'kananim v'chiti v'prizim v'chivi v'yivusi hishomer lecha pentikros berisli yosheva heva oretz asher atam ba'olam pen yiyah l'mokesh b'kirpecha ki es mitzvokosam titotzun v'es matzevosam tishaberun v'es asherav tikrasun ki lo sishtachavel el acher ki Adonai kana shimo el kana hu pentikros beris yosheva oretz v'zanu acharei Elohim v'zavachol Elohim v'karav alecha v'yochalta mizivcha v'lokachta b'benosav levanecha v'zanu v'nosav acharei Elohim v'iznu esponecha acharei Elohim Elohim asecha lo saselach.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'chayei olam, nota b'tzalchenu. Baruch atah Adonai, noten haTorah.
Ya'amod David ben Yitzchak v'chaya
Yashkov, dear.
chamishi.
Good to see you.
The fifth aliyah is found on page 543, verse 18.
Before we start with the brachot, a couple lines above, you notice the large letter? You see it? What is it? It's a resh. Why is it large? To make sure it's not a dalet. Great answer.
They play Jeopardy.
Yeah, really.
They play Jeopardy.
You'd probably be good enough to do Psukei Zimra one day, I think. Some Hebrew letters look alike. We want to be careful that we don't mix them up. Resh and Dalet are a great example. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. The Dalet is often enlarged in the Siddur, certainly in the Torah scroll. Make sure that we don't read it with a resh. If we read it with a resh, we're inviting all sorts of problems. So we want to make sure it's a resh or a dalet, and we don't mix them up. You will know, those who read Hebrew, the resh is like curved on the corner, and the dalet has a strong line, and then a line that comes down a little bit in. So we try to make sure our reshes are our reshes, and our dalets are our dalets. And here's one example. Torah reading continues. Right there.
Baruch hu Adonai Baruch
Baruch
Adonai Baruch Le'olam V'ed Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bacha banu mikol amim v'notan lanu et Torato Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Et Chag HaMatzot tishmor shivat yamim tochal matzot asher tziviticha lemoed chodesh aviv ki bechodesh aviv yatzata mimitzrayim kol peter rechem li v'chol mitnecha tizachar peter shor vaseh v'seh feter chamor tifteh b'shem lo tifteh varaftu kol bechor banecha tifteh v'lo yeru panai rekam sheshet yamim tavod uvayom hashvi tishbod becharishu v'chatzir tishbod.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nota b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yeshkoch.
Ya'amod Yoam ben Yishyahu Shishi. The sixth aliyah is found on page 544, verse 22.
Yeshkoch. After the next Aliyah, is what I heard.
Okay, great.
Okay. Here we go. Right there.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך. ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen. וחג שבועות תעשה לך ביקורי קציר חיטים, וחג האסיף תקופת השנה, 3 פעמים בשנה, יראה כל זכורך פני האדון אדוני אלוהי ישראל, כי הוריש גויים מפניך, והרחבתי את גבולך, ולא יחמוד איש את ארצך, בעלותך, לראות בפני אדוני אלוהיך 3 פעמים בשנה, לא תשחט על חמץ דם סבכי, ולא ילין לו בוקר זבח חג הפסח, ראשית ביקורי אמתך תביא בית אדוני אלוהיך, לא תבשל גידי בחלב אמו.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen. Yeshkoch. Okay, if you want to cover the Torah while I do the Mishaberach, you're more than welcome. We're going to continue with the Mishaberach Lacholim, a prayer for the ill. There's many reasons why we do this. And one is because when Miriam got sick, because of Deborah gossip against her brother Moshe, she was smitten with what looked like leprosy, and Moshe uttered a simple, pure, beautiful little prayer from his heart. In the Torah it says, El na refa na la. Dear God, please heal her. Went on that Miriam got healed after 7 days of being michutz lamachaneh, outside the camp. But from that story of the Torah, we believe that our prayers are efficacious, can make a difference, and help people get healed. So we offer them all the time. Usually whenever the Torah's out, we say Mishaberach Lacholim, and we're going to do so in a couple of moments. With pandemic, one of the things that I did with my congregation and others was that we did it every time we were together, whether we read the Torah or not, because it helped to bolster people, and they really wanted to pray for others, and they said it for others. So a rabbi that I consider my Rebbe, and one of them that I learned a lot from, Rebbe Aryeh Leibowitz, who is the head of Yeshiva University's rabbinical school, he once said, "Can you say Mishaberach too much? You know? Like I asked for good health for you today. Tomorrow. And the next day. Is it too much? Is God I heard you. Give me a moment here, will you?" And it's not just you. There's a few other people around the world who are asking for things. So he had a great answer, which I love to this day. He said, when it comes to caring for others, and it comes to worrying about others, and I'm adding a little bit of my own twist to this, he said, don't ever stop knocking down the doors of heaven. And if you want to do something, and if you love somebody, and if you want them to be better, or to be cared for, or whatever it might be, don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to love, to care, to reach out. Keep knocking the doors of heaven down, and hopefully we'll get something, if not more, of what we'd like to see for others as well as ourselves. So now we're going to offer Mishaberach. I'm going to say the Hebrew prayer, and then maybe something in English afterwards. At the particular time when we say individual names, I think what we're going to do is we're going to ask people to say the names kind of to themselves. I love going around. I do it all the time, and it doesn't make a difference how many names there are. But we also got people on the computer, and people here, and people there, and a lot of names and all that stuff. So we're going to ask everybody to please say them, beat those doors of heaven, ask God for help, do what you can to help others, and hopefully everyone who is in need of refuah shlema mamash will see it happen for them. Mishaberach Avotenu Avram Yitzchak Yaakov Yimatenu Sarif Garach V'Leah. Yivarech V'Yarape Kol HaCholim HaEleh. Please offer your prayers. B'toch Shar Choli Yisrael B'avor Shanan Anamarach Rachma Aleim L'chazikam Rapatam V'yishlach Lahem B'mheru Fushleim Shemaim Refuat the Nefesh Refuat the Guf L'cholei V'gremi Degzim to Shar Chol Yisrael Shabbat Ki Tisahi Mulizok Hashbakalas Makari V'nomar Amen. A refuah shlema to everybody. For everybody who wants better health in a world where it really has become so much poignant because of pandemic. We wish good health to everybody. Okay. So yeah, give that to you. What are we up to? 7?
Ya'amod lev Yaakov ben Yisrael Chaim Chaleli Shvi.
The seventh aliyah is found on page 544, verse 27.
Because the Torah right there.
Baruch Hu Adonai Baruch. Baruch Adonai Baruch Lilam. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol amim v'notan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Vayomer Adonai El Moshe ketav l'cha et advarim ha'eleh ki al pi advarim ha'eleh karati itcha brit v'et Yisrael vayisham im Adonai arba'im yom v'arba'im laila lechem lo achal mayim lo shata vayichtov ala luchot et divrei abrit aseret hadvarim vayihi beredet Moshe mehar Sinai ushnei luchot haidot biyad Moshe brito min hahar u'Moshe lo yada ki karan or panav b'dabro ito vayar Aaron v'chol b'nei Yisrael et Moshe v'nei karan or panav vayiru migeshet elav vayikra alehem Moshe vayashuvu elav Aaron v'chol anisim b'edah vayidaber Moshe alehem v'acharei nigshu kol b'nei Yisrael vayitzaveim et kol asher diber Adonai ito b'har Sinai vayachal Moshe midaber itam vayatein al panav masveh uvavo Moshe lifnei Adonai lidaber ito yasir et hamasveh ad teito v'yatza v'diber al b'nei Yisrael et asher yitzuveh v'ra'u b'nei Yisrael et pnei Moshe ki karan or panav Moshe ve'eshiv Moshe et masveh al panav ad bo l'daber ito.
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayo lo natav b'tokenu. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yes, go to you.
Yitkada Shemei Rabba.
Amen.
Ramadi Bakatei Ve'amich Malchutei Ve'chayecha U'yamecha
Uvchaye dechol Beit Yisrael Bagala Uvisman Kariv. Amen. Yehi Shmei Rabba Mevarach Li'alam Wa'amel Maya Yitbarach.
V'yishtabach v'yitbar v'yishma v'yitnaseh v'yitadam v'yitaveh v'yitalav v'shmer gushav
Brichu
ve'elam mikol b'chata v'shirata
Tush Bechata V'nechemata Miram B'yalama.
v'yimeru.
Amen.
Ta'amod Penina Zelda Bat Eliezer Alevi Ve'bracha Machtir.
Sweetie, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good job, it's good. We're going to, do we announce the page?
Maftir Aliyah is found on page 546, verse 33.
Baruch Hu Adonai Havara.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen. Vayichal Moshe midaber itam, vayatein al panav masveh, uvavo Moshe lifnei Adonai ledaber ito, yasir et hamasveh ad tzeito, v'yatzah, v'diber el b'nei Yisrael, et asher yitzuveh, v'ra'u b'nei Yisrael p'nei Moshe, ki karan or p'nei Moshe, v'yeshiv Moshe hamasveh al panav, ad bo'u ledaber ito.
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu. Baruch Atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen.
Ya'amod ha'manviyah, ta'amod ha'golelet.
We invite you to rise for Hagbah and Gelilah. V'zod ha'Torah asher sam Moshe lifnei b'nei Yisrael al pi Adonai b'yad Moshe. Torah tziva anu Moshe, Torah, 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 Torah tziva anu Moshe, Torah, 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 Torah tziva anu Moshe. Beautiful. Yashkov, everybody. Seems like you've done that before.
A couple times.
Yeah.
Not my first rodeo.
I can tell.
Set me up.
Shabbos, everybody.
He kind of set me up with your.
Oh, letting everyone see. Yeah, okay. Good Shabbos. Well, Yashkov, how are you? You all ready to read?
I know it's a really long Torah.
So what?
I'm gonna mess up a lot.
No, you're not. You're gonna be just fine. You're gonna be just fine. If you're nervous, I'll stand right next to you.
No, I'm good.
Okay, but you're gonna be
I told
great.
you when I asked about.
Remember, every long journey is made up of one step at a time. So one word at a time, okay?
Okay.
Just take your time. And at some point, you get to the end. I guess I have to announce where we are.
Yeah, I'm on a different book though. It's 540 something.
Is your first 547?
57.
Right. Okay, got it. The Haftarah is now going to continue on page 548, between the brachot. The Haftarah comes to us from a prophetic section from the first book of Kings, and it's going to speak about the kind of contest, famous contest, the Har Carmel, which is modern-day Haifa, between Eliyahu and the priests of Baal. And Eliyahu is going to win a great victory for us. We should have great victories always, but we shouldn't fight with others as much as possible, figure out how we live in peace, let everybody do their thing. It's a well-known Haftarah, and there's English, and there's introduction, and all this is on 548. Okay, so you take your time.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nvi'im tovim v'ratza v'divreihem hane'emarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habocher b'Torah u'b'Moshe avdo u'v'Yisrael amo u'v'nvi'ei ha'emet v'tzedek.
Amen.
Vayehi yamim rabim udvar Adonai haya el Eliyahu בשנה השלישית לאמור לך הראה אל אחאב ויתנה מטר על פני האדמה וילך אליהו להיראות אל אחאב והרעב חזק בשומרון ויקרא אחאב אל עובדיהו אשר על הבית ועובדיהו היה ירא את אדוני מאוד ויהי בכחרית איזבל את נביאי אדוני ויקח עובדיהו 100 נביאים ויחביאם 50 איש במרה וחילקלם לחם ומים ויאמר אחאב אל עובדיהו לך בארץ אל כל מעייני המים ואל כל הנחלים אולי נמצא חציר ונחיה סוס ופרד ולא נכרית מהבהמה וילקו להם את הארץ לעבר בה אחאב הלך בדרך אחד לבדו ועובדיהו הלך בדרך אחד לבדו ויהי עובדיהו בדרך והנה אליהו לקראתו ויכירהו ויפול על פניו ויאמר אתה זה אדוני אליהו ויאמר לו אני לך אמור לאדונך הנה אליהו ויאמר מחטאתי כי אתה נותן את עבדך ביד אחאב להמיתני חי אדוני אלוהיך אם יש גוי וממלכה אשר לא שלח אדוני שם לבקשך ויאמרו אין והשביע את הממלכה ואת הגוי כי לא ימצאך ואתה אומר לך אמור לאדונך הנה אליהו והיה אני אלך מאיתך ורוח אדוני יישאך על אשר לא אדע ובאתי להגיד לאחאב ולא ימצאך והרגני ועבדך ירא את אדוני מנורי הלוך וגד לאדוני את אשר עשיתי בהרוג איזבל את נביאי אדוני ואחביא מנביאי אדוני 100 איש 50 איש במרה ואקלקלם לחם ומים ואתה אומר לך אמור לאדונך הנה אליהו והרגני ויאמר אליהו חי אדוני צבאות אשר עמדתי לפניו כי היום אראה אליו וילך עובדיהו לקראת אחאב ויגד לו וילך אחאב לקראת אליהו ויהי כראות אחאב את אליהו ויאמר אחאב אליו האתה זה עוכר ישראל ויאמר לא עכרתי את ישראל כי אם אתה ובית אביך בעזבכם את מצוות אדוני ותלך אחרי שלח כבוד אלי את כל ישראל אל הר הכרמל ואת נביאי הבעל 4 מאות וחמישים, ונביאי האשרה 400 אוכלי שולחן איזבל. וישלח אחאב בכל בני ישראל, ויקבוץ את הנביאים אל הר הכרמל. ויגש אליהו אל כל העם, ויאמר עד מתי אתם פוסחים על שתי הסעיפים? אם אדוני האלוהים לכו אחריו, ואם הבעל לכו אחריו, ולא ענו העם אותו דבר. ויאמר אליהו אל העם, אני נותרתי נביא לאדוני לבדי, ונביאי הבעל 450 איש. ויתנו לנו 2 פרים, ויבחרו להם הפר האחד, וינתחו, וישימו על העצים, באש לא ישימו, ואני אעשה את הפר האחד, ונתתי על העצים, ואש לא אשים. וקראתם בשם אלוהיכם, ואני אקרא בשם אדוני, והיה אלוהים אשר יענה באש הוא האלוהים. ויען כל העם, ויאמרו טוב הדבר. ויאמר אליהו לוויי הבעל, בחרו להם הפר האחד, ועשו ראשונה, כי אתם הרבים, וקראו בשם אלוהיכם, ואש לא תשימו. ויקחו את הפר אשר נתן להם, ויעשו, ויקראו בשם הבעל. מהבוקר ועד הצהריים לאמור, הבעל איננו, ואין קול ואין עונה, ויפסחו על המזבח אשר עשה. ויהי בצהריים, ויהתל בהם אליהו, ויאמר קראו בקול גדול, כי אלוהים הוא, כי שיח וכי שיג. לא וכי דרך לא, אולי ישן הוא ויקץ. ויקראו בקול גדול, ויתרדדו כמשפטם בחרבות וברמחים אשר שפכתם עליהם. ויהי כעבור הצהריים, ויתנבאו עד לעלות המנחה, ואין קול ואין עונה ואין קשב. ויאמר אליהו לכל העם, גשו אלי, ויגשו כל העם אליו. וירפא את מזבח אדוני ההרוס. ויקח אליהו 12 אבנים, כמספר שבטי בני יעקב, אשר היה דבר אדוני אליו לאמור, ישראל יהיה שמך. ויבנה את האבנים מזבח בשם אדוני, ויעש תעלה כבית סתיים זרע סביב למזבח, ויערוך את העצים, וינתח את הפר, וישם על העצים. ויאמר מילאו 4 כדים מים, ויתקו על העולה, V'al ha'etzim, vayomer shenu, vayishnu, vayomer shaleshu, vayishaleshu. Vayelchu hamayim saviv lamizbeach, vegam et hatala milei mayim. Vayehi ba'alot hamincha, vayigash Eliyahu hanavi, vayomar Adonai, Elohei Abraham, Yitzchak v'Yisrael, hayom yevada, ki ata Elohim b'Yisrael, va'ani avdecha, udvivarcha asiti et kol hadavarim ha'eleh. Aneni Adonai, Aneni, vayedu ha'am hazeh, ki ata Adonai ha'Elohim, v'ata hasibota et libam achoranit. Vatipol esh Adonai, vatochal et ha'olah, v'et ha'etzim, v'et ha'avanim, v'et ha'afar, v'et hamayim asher batala lechecha, vayar kol ha'am, vayiplu al peneihem, vayomeru, Adonai hu ha'Elohim, Adonai hu ha'Elohim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, tzor kol ha'olamim, tzadik b'chol hadorot, ha'el ha'ne'eman, ha'omer v'yoseh, ha'mdaber u'mkayem, shekol devarav emet v'tzedek. Ne'eman atahu Adonai Eloheinu, v'ne'emanim devarecha, v'davar echad midvarecha, achor lo yashuv rekam, ki el melech ne'eman, v'rachaman atah, baruch atah Adonai. Ha'el ha'ne'eman b'chol devarav. Rachem al Tzion ki beit chayenu, v'laluvad nefesh toshia b'meirav yamenu, baruch atah Adonai, mesameach Tzion b'vaneha. Samcheinu Adonai Eloheinu, b'Eliyahu hanavi avdecha, u'malchu beit aviv meshichecha, mimheira yavo v'yagel libenu, al kiso lo yeshev zar, v'lo yinchalu od acherim ekevodo, ki v'shem koshecha nishbata lo, shelo yichben neiro li'olam va'ed, baruch atah Adonai, Magen David. Ala Torah ve'al vodah ve'al hanvi'im ve'al yom ha'shabbat hazeh shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu litushav ve'limnucha lechavod ultifaret al hakol Adonai Eloheinu anachnu modim lach u'mvarchim otach yiparach shimcha befi kochai tami le'olam va'ed baruch atah Adonai mekadesh ha'shabbat.
Amen. Phyllis, hearty yashkach to you.
Thank you.
What a beautiful haftarah and a beautiful story from our tradition. And Haifa, who's been to Haifa? There you go. Great town to see. If you go for 10 days to Israel, you don't often get to Haifa. It's not part of the 10-day deal, but sometimes it is, it depends. But it's a great city to see. It's a very eclectic city. There's a lot of different people, Jews, Arabs, people living there, and a lot of people live there for that reason. They love to live with others. So Phyllis Yashkach, excellent. You should be like a bar mitzvah tutor, you know? Page 176. Yikum Porkan Min Shemaya. China v'chistav rachamim. V'tishtes v'minkom. Mishaberach Havateinu offering b'tzach Yaakov. V'chol mishoskim b'tzarchei tzibor v'yinon Eretz Yisrael b'emunah Kadosh Baruch Hu. V'nomar Amen. שתברך לנו לך בימינו כי מי קדם חברנו ברחמי תפילותינו ועושים צורכי ציבור עמנו ומקטנם והגדיר עולם ונאמר אמן. We're on page 178. Going to invite you to continue whatever your prayers are, wherever you're at. But during this time, you know, there are lots of prayers. Every Shabbos, I like to offer a prayer for Tfilat Shalom and Dinat Yisrael, for the land of Israel. May she always know peace. In her young existence as a modern state, she's known way too many wars, lost too many soldiers, too many individuals. People on all sides. We pray for a lasting peace should come to Israel. And please, God, we ask that you guard Tzahal, Israel's army, that they should take care of its people, its Mishtarah, its police, its border police, everybody. Here on these pages, we offer a prayer for everyone. We don't leave anybody out. We offer a prayer for our country. We live in a great country, but it's been greatly divided. And people struggle with politics, with racial violence, with the economy, trying to make a living, etc. So we pray for our leaders. They should guide us wisely. And we pray for everyone to try to be the best Americans they can, to accept others and to allow for others, and so we can make a more perfect union, as we say. We also pray for the whole world. We pray for the Middle East. We pray for everyone. For those of you who are watching the Olympics, amazing to see athletes from all over the world come together and participate in China. You know, if we can get together for 2 weeks and the athletes don't kill each other, then why can't we learn from that? May the spirit of the Olympics flow through to all of us. And we pray for Shalom Olam, the peace for the world. May everybody know peace, be an instrument for bringing peace and not war and division, everyone. For this we pray, and let us say, Amen. So now we're going to turn it over to our Ashrei leader, Danny. There you go. And we're on page 181.
Ashrei Yoshei Veitecha, Odi Alu Kasela.
Ashrei Shkacholo, Ashrei Am Shadanai Elohav.
Tehillah David, Armim Chayil Hai HaMelech, Va'avarcha Shimcha Le'olam Va'ed.
B'chol Yom Avarcheka, V'hala Shimcha Le'olam Va'ed.
Gadol Adonai Ha'meod, V'ligdu Ato Ein Heger.
Dor L'dor Yishabach Ma'asecha, Gvurotecha Yagidu.
Hadar Kavod Hodecha, V'divrei Nifotecha Asiha.
Ve'zuznotecha Yomeru, Dulatecha Saprena.
Zechiratucha Yabiu, V'tzichatecha Yeranenu.
Chanun V'rachum Adonai, Erech Apayim Dal Chesed.
Tov Adonai L'kol, V'rachaman Al Kol Ma'asav.
Yodu Chanai Kol Ma'asecha, V'chasidecha Yivarchucha.
Kavod Malchutecha Yomeru, Ugvratecha Yedaberu.
Lo De'eli V'nei Adan Gvurotav, V'chor Adar V'chuto.
Malchutecha Malchut Kol Olamim, Umamshaltecha Be'kol Dor Vador.
Somech Hanan Alechon Oflim, Zokef L'chol HaKfufim.
Enei Kol Echa Yesaberu, V'ata Notin Lahem E'okam Be'ito.
Poteach Et Yadecha, Masbir L'chol Chai Ratzon.
Tzadik Anai Be'kol Deracha, V'chasi Be'kol Ma'asav.
Karov Anai L'chol Korav, L'chol Asher Yikarov Emet.
Ritzon Yerav Ya'aseh, Ve'et Shavatam Yishma V'yoshim.
Shomer Adonai Kolava, V'yet Krishayim Yashmid.
Tehillah Adonai Yidaber Pi'i, V'varech Kol Basar Shem Kasho Elam Va'ed.
V'anach Nevarech Yah, Me'atav Yad Olam, Hallelujah. Page 183, we invite you to rise for Yahalu.
Yehalu Shem Adonai, Kiniskam, Shem Olavado.
You guys walking around? I'm sorry.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. He's more.
Yashkoach, everybody. Great job. Great job, everybody. Yashkoach, everybody. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. What a beautifully participatory shul. Everybody get involved, everybody doing their things. It's great to see you all. Together we make it happen. And in fact, that's what I want to talk to you about today, how we all bring something to the table and we all bring something to the congregation and to the world. Do you know how many letters in the Torah? I can't disagree. A lot. You're right. There's a traditional spiritual number of 600,000. You may have heard that. It's not really accurate. It's spiritual. It has to do with the number of fighting men that were counted who would fight for Israel. In Numbers 146, it says 603,550. Some people associate that number with all of Klal Yisrael, the Erev Rav that left Egypt, but it's actually just the fighting people. So according to this, if you kind of project, there might have been 2 to 3 million people leaving Egypt, not all Israelites, everybody, a lot of people. Holy cow, it's hard enough to lead a minion sometimes. I'm going to try to lead 2-3 million people, see how that goes. But that's a traditional number. The accurate number is actually, and I'm not going to tell you that I counted them all myself. Maybe one day that'll be a sabbatical project, a summer project. Really count them, see what you got going on. But the actual number is about half of that. It's 304,805. 304,805. According to Jewish tradition, a Torah is not kasher, it's incomplete or pasul, and can't be read if even one letter is wrong or missing. I've had in my lifetime a few times where I was reading Torah in front of a congregation and I kind of stopped. And I took a second look and a third look. And I said, can you get a tikkun or a chumash? I'm not sure this is right. And a couple times it wasn't right. Talmud tells us, Jewish tradition, in case you're not sure if a letter is right, how do you figure it out? You call a katan. You call a kid, a child. Because they can just read it without all the midrashim and what they think and what they knew, and they read it this way for 20 years. So a child shall lead them, and reads the letter. So there's a lot of traditions. This is a whole other sermon I'm getting off to when I come back here. But what do you do if you figure out or if you believe that it is wrong? If you have another Sefer Torah, you have 3 beautiful ones here. There's a tradition to put it back, take out another one. What happens if you only have one? And there are people who, if they have a Sefer Torah that's not valid, it's pasul, they tie the gartel, the belt around it, and it demonstrates that it's not ready to be read, but you're supposed to fix it, get a sofer in as soon as you can. A Sefer Torah, 304,000 letters, you're telling me that one of them is not maybe right, that's it, or it's no good? But that's the tradition. For the sake of one pintel yud, one little yud that might look like a vav, or a vav that looks like a yud, or a resh that looks like a daled, you could have a whole Torah that suddenly can't be read. What do we see from this? Every letter counts. And so it is with the Jewish people and humanity. All of us count, every person. The world wouldn't be as complete and fulfilled unless we were all in it. This gathering, this community, this minyan wouldn't be the same unless each and every one of you were here, because you each bring your individual talents, your presence, your participation, your God-given gifts to enrich the community. We're living in a country today where the cry of protest is great. Black lives matter. All lives matter. People are tired of watching indiscriminate numbers of black people and minorities getting harassed, shot, and killed on the streets of our country. The cry of George Floyd, "I can't breathe," will not soon be forgotten by this nation, by us, and being forever imprinted in our national consciousness. America is the experiment that says, regardless of who you are, what defines you and your background, you do matter. You do count. We are aware of the monstrosities committed during the Holocaust. When Jews and others had their names lost, and instead they were known by numbers, this was a sign of they were losing their humanity. This was a sign that they no longer counted, certainly not as people. And then it was a short step towards eradicating 6 million Jews and 11 million people altogether. Today's Parsha, Moshe was under the assumption that he and he alone would be responsible for building the ancient tabernacle. He had to do everything by himself. One of the reasons perhaps the Parsha is named after Yitro, because Yitro taught him a valuable lesson, his father-in-law. You don't have to do everything yourself. We're going to get some other judges and some other people, and they're going to help you, and we're going to do things together. You know, we have a great army and military in this country, but one person doesn't do everything themselves. There are people who lead and dictate. It's the same thing with any group. Nobody does everything themselves. Hopefully you have others to help, and we all take turns being Indians and being chiefs. God tells Moshe that he has singled out Bezalel ben Uri with the divine spirit, along with the Oholiav ben Achisamach, and he gave Bezalel 3 things. You know what they are? Chachma, wisdom. Bina, understanding, and the words can be synonymous. And Dat is knowledge. Bina is a beautiful girl's name. Anybody have a name Bina here? When you put Chachma, Bina, Dat together, and you have a lot of different types of wisdom, what do you get? Chabad. That's where Lubavitch comes from Chachma, Bina, and Dat. And there's all sorts of knowledge. When I was growing up, and my, God bless her, feisty bubby, and we'd have a great time together. She was an old Yiddish bubby through and through. Sometimes when we did something she didn't think was smart, she'd say, "You're smart in school, but you're dumb on street." That's the way she told us. There's all sorts of understanding and all sorts of knowledge. You know, in the weekday Amidah, the first bracha, after the beginning, we ask for knowledge. Not everybody has knowledge. Not everybody can think. Not everybody can process. We're all different. We ask for enough to get through our lives and get through the day. Moshe came to understand that he wasn't the only one. Yitro had something valuable to bring to the table. Bezalel did, and so did Oholiav. And so he was comforted and had help. In the book of Numbers, Korach and his followers confront Moshe. They rebel. He says, "Listen, you think you're the only one? I'm from the tribe of Levi too. How come I'm not in charge? How come I'm not the high priest?" Whatever. And we are told that he had a valid claim, but the problem with that was not what he had to say, but how he said it. He did it in public. He did it to embarrass Moshe, not to really lead, but to just get power away. And so he and his followers, according to the tradition, died as a result. From this we learn it's not just what you have to say, but it's how you say it. And especially be really careful with what you say in front of other people, because you can change personalities and reputations and lifetimes. Towards the end of the Torah in Parshat Nitzavim, God reestablishes the Brit, the covenant between God and Israel, and he says, you all stand here before me this day. That's what Nitzavim means, you're standing. And then he goes to specify who's here? Everybody. The elders, the leaders, the men of Israel, your children, your wives, even the stranger among you, from the wood chopper to the water drawer. Everyone was there because the covenant couldn't be complete until everyone was present and everyone counted. My friends, today, hopefully the Torah speaks to us, and a question we can ask, do you think you matter? Do you think you count? Do you think you matter to your family, to your friends, to your congregation, to your work, wherever you go? Do you matter to yourself? And how do you show that? I get sad when I talk to people for a lot of years. People often come up and they kind of tell me, like, I don't know if I matter. I didn't go to Shiva Minyan, I can't daven. I didn't come to shul, I don't know how to follow the prayers. I wasn't needed yet enough. Basically what they're saying is they don't think that they matter or they have any worth. And what they don't understand is that they are unique, like we're each one of us unique, and our presence really matters, and it makes a difference because everyone brings something to the table. This is the loftiest of Jewish values. Every letter of the Torah represents one Jew. Miss one letter, Torah's no good. Miss one Jew, the Jewish people aren't here. Miss one person, we're incomplete, and we notice it, and we suffer. From Moshe to the menial laborers, everybody mattered. Everybody counted. And so they had to understand that you could be Moshe, and you matter, but you could be a water drawer. You brought water for people, you matter too. A minyan. You know, you don't have to be a rabbi or a Talmid Chacham to count. Every living Jew counts. All you have to do is shout, show up, and be counted. There's all the difference in the world between, if you're counting 10, between 9 and 10. Waiting for that 10th person. And there's a lot in Judaism about that, whether you say the mourner's Kaddish or not. Pesach, can't begin the Seder until certain things happen, and one of them is that everybody's there. The Haggadah talks about 4 children, and then I do a whole thing on the 5th child, who's not there, and who it is and why. But you can't start unless you have your interested kids, the Chacham, the Rasha, the rebellious kids, the simple ones, the Tom, and the ones who don't even know what this is about. You can't start. You can't start until everyone is there, because we all need to be together, because we all count. The Talmud says, Masechet Pesachim, even the person minatim choy, the community who relies on the community to feed them and draws on the community food, they have to be treated equally. They have to have a seat, and they have to enjoy what everybody else has. They have to have arba kosot, 4 cups. You can't invite a poor person and say, listen, just be happy you're here. I don't have a chair for you. You're not getting much chicken. I got 1 meatball, everyone's getting 10. But be happy. You know, you could be in the street, eat nothing. Can't do that. It says specifically, you got to treat them equally, and you got to treat them with dignity. In many Hasidic story, I love stories, I love Hasidic stories, the hero who saves the community is often the unlikeliest hero. Often. Not the rabbi, not the wisest person, not the leader, but somebody who's dismissed. There's a famous story about Rabbi Levi Isaac of Berdichev, who really celebrated the humanity of everybody. You know the story about the little kid who blows a whistle at the end of Yom Kippur in shul? Any of you hear this? It's a famous story. I'll make it real quick. Yom Kippur, holiest day, whole community's davening. Get towards the end, it's time to blow the shofar. Everybody knows what's time. It's one of the things I've done for every year, told people when the shofar's being blown. I can run late in life. I'm deadhead, you know? Things take time. You got to get there. But end of Yom Kippur, if I say 7:06, 7:06. We blow shofar. People have been fasting. They're hungry. They got to go. Get there. Sometimes you and food is an hour or more away. So we blow the shofar. There's a story that one year Rabbi Levi Isaac was up in the pulpit, and it was time to blow shofar, and I was looking at it, and he was like kind of like in a daze and kind of lost. And they were wondering what's going on, blow the shofar. Just stood there, like, what's going on? All of a sudden, from the back of the shul, what's heard? A whistle's blown. People start looking around. They recognize the sound. What is this? Holy Day of the Year, a whistle? What's going on? Suddenly they start to identify a man who's wearing kind of like poor clothes, and his young son next to him are standing there, and they're all pointing, and the rabbi comes back, and he comes up, and he says, like, what's happening? And the father says, Rabbi says, I'm so sorry. Joel, come here. He says, I'm a poor itinerant Jew. I never had a chance to learn anything, and I never taught my son anything. But we wanted to kind of like come on this holiest day of the year and be part of our people. So we came, and we've been sitting here since last night. My son doesn't know an aleph from a bet. He said he hasn't said a word, he hasn't participated, doesn't know anything. He says, I think what happened is by the end of the day, before it was over, he blew this whistle because this was his way of participating. This was his prayer. But I know it's wrong. You don't have to throw us out. We'll leave right now. Rebbe hears the story. People are expecting him to get mad, berate the man. He says, my friends, he says, this is what I've been waiting for. He says, I've been wondering all day whether our prayers have been as sincere and as complete as they need to be. But having heard this whistle, knowing this is one of the most sincerest prayers I could ever hope to hear from a child's heart who wanted to be part of our people on this holy day, now I know our prayers are going to heaven. Now we can blow the shofar. Good Yontif to you all. It's an amazing story. And there's parts 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6 of the story, which you'll get another time. There's a story about Herschel. Herschel's the town simpleton. One day, a citizen saw the Rebbe quietly staring at Herschel, and he said to the rabbi, what are you looking at? And the Rebbe responded, he says, I look at Herschel. He says, Herschel makes me tremble. He said, what do you mean? He says, people dismiss this man. Don't you realize this man is created by God? Has Tselem Elohim, the spark of divinity with him? He makes me tremble because I see God when I see him. Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism. If you ever studied it, I love to teach and study Kabbalah. There's a little Kabbalah in everything we do, whether you're a mystic or not. It's all there, lots of layers. According to Kabbalah, the world can't be redeemed until perfection is here, and that only happens when everybody's doing their job. So it's like a big puzzle. If you like to make puzzles, I still like to do those. You know what it is, 1,000-piece puzzle, you get down to the end, one's missing. Oy. You look under the sofa, you look in the box. Oy, it's like something's missing. It's the same thing with us. If we don't all do our job, then something is missing. So we are told, try to figure out why you're here, what you have to do that no one else can do, and what job you have to do to help complete the world. And we all have one to do that. So my friends, in conclusion, Parsha Kitisa is so rich in content. There's much to learn. We talked about second chances. It talked about great conversation. Did God, Moshe, really see each other panim el panim, face to face or not? Was it a euphemism? Whatever, it's all in here. And the story about second chances, which is a great thing to take home. There's probably someone in the world who needs a second chance, and chances are it's you for yourself. Every week the Torah reading has something to teach. This week, let us remember we all have something to bring to the table. We all contribute, no matter what. It doesn't make a difference whether you know Al from Bet. It doesn't make a difference whether you know the whole Torah, whether you can daven, whether you can do this, that, the other thing. We all have something to do, and we all need to do it to help each other. So figure out not what you can't do and how you're incomplete, but what you can do and what you're responsible for doing. Hopefully we'll do that, and we'll help every Jew and every minority and every person, man, woman, and child in this world find their place and know peace. 304,804 letters in the Torah. Each letter is supremely holy, needed, and valuable. One's gone, the Torah's not complete. One person is gone. Our world, our families, our shul's not complete. So let us be inspired to do all we can to realize that lesson wherever you go. Let us all realize we matter, we count, and let us all work together and create a kingdom of heaven here on earth. Amen and Shabbat Shalom. See ya. Our Musaf leader, please come join us. $184.
Ikada vikada shemei rabba.
Amen.
V'amadi vrahirute v'amlich malchute.
Chayechon uvyomechon uvchayedecho Beit Yisrael ba'agala uvizman kariv.
V'imaru.
Amen. Yesh be'rabba mevorach li'alam wa'amel maya yitbarach.
Yiparach v'ishtabach v'ipar v'mamam v'naseh. V'hadar, v'hala, v'hala, shemei dekudasha,
Barichu.
le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata,
Tushbechata v'nechemata damiran v'alama.
v'imaru.
Amen. 185, the Musaf Amidah. We're starting it together? Go ahead.
Why not?
Go ahead.
Baruch atah Adonai.
Eloheinu, Elohei Avotei, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Ha'el HaGadol, HaGibor V'Hanora, El Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim, V'konei HaKol, V'zocher Chastei Avod, V'imahod, Umevi Gohel, Livnei V'nehem, L'man Shemo B'Yava, Melech Ozer, Fokeru Moshiach, Magen, Baruch Ata Adonai, Magen Avraham, Ufoked Sarah, Ata Gibor Leolam Adonai, Mechayim Eitim Ata Rav LaHoshia, Mashiva Ruach Umarida Gashem, Mechakel Chaim Bechesed, Mechaye Meitim Berachamim Rab, Somech Noflim Verofei Cholim, Umatir Asurim, Umekaye Memunato, Lishene Afar, Micha Mocha Bal Givurot, Umida Melach, Melech Memit, Umechaye, Umatzmiach Yeshua, V'nemalatan.
Baruch atah Adonai.
Shmo.
V'chayei hamet.
Amen. Gnadi Shcha Kesotzia Sarfei Kodesh Hamakdishim Shimcha Bakodesh Kakatu Vayad Neviecha Vikara Azeh Elzeh V'yamar Kadosh 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 Adonai Tzivot Melech Haaretz Kivodo.
Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzvaot, Melech Haaretz Kivodo, Kivodo
Mahalei Olam Imikom Kivodo. Vodo Mahalei Mahalei Ol Aye Mikom Kivodo. Kivodo Mahalei Mahalei Olam Misharatav Shoalim Shoalim Zelazeh Aye Mikom Kivodo. Sharatav Shoalim Shoalim Zelazeh Aye Mikom Kivodo. Baruch Kavod Adonai Mim Komo.
Baruch Kavod Adonai Mim Komo. Mim Komo.
Yifem Berachamim V'yachon Am Yachadim Shemo Erev Avoker Chol Yom Tamid Pamayim B'Yava Shema Omerim Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hu Eloheinu, Hu Avinu, Hu Malkeinu, Hu Moshienu, V'hu Yashvienu, Barachamav Sheni, Sheni Lien Hohai. Liot Lahem Le'Elohim.
Ani Adonai Elohechem. Did I play more?
Ani Adonai Elohechem, U'divrei Kachva, Katuv Le'mor.
Yimloch Adonai Li'olam, Elohai Yichzion, L'dor Vador. Hallelujah.
Yimloch Adonai Le'olam, Elohim Sion, L'dor Vador. Hallelujah. L'dor Vador.
L'dor Vador.
L'dor Vador.
L'dor Vador. Nagid God Lecha.
L'dor Vador.
L'dor Vador.
L'dor Vador.
L'dor Vador. Nagid God Lecha. Netzach Netzachim, Kedushatecha Nakdish, Kedushatecha Nakdish, V'shivchacha Eloheinu, Mipinu Lo Yamush, Le'olam Le'olam Va'ed. L'dor Vador. L'dor Vador. L'dor Vador. Nagid God Lecha. L'dor Vador. L'dor Vador. L'dor Vador. Nagid God Lecha. Ki el melech gadol. Gadol v'kadosh. Gadol v'kadosh atah. Ki el melech gadol. Gadol v'kadosh. Gadol v'kadosh atah.
Baruch atah Adonai, Ha'el HaKadosh.
Amen. 188. Veniska. Yismechu. Sim shalom tova. Shalom, shalom. Sure, surely shalom. Yeah. Page 203 is Kaddish Shalem.
Yikadav Yikadav Shemei Rabba.
Amen.
V'yamadi brachi b'tei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon v'yamechon u'chayei l'chol beit Yisrael ba'agala v'zman kavi v'imaro.
Amen. Yehi Shmei Rabba Mevorach. Li'alam Wa'amei Amaya Yitbarach.
Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yipa'ar v'yimramam v'yitnaseh v'yihadar v'yihala v'yihala shmei l'kudusha.
Brichu.
Le'elam yinkol b'chata v'shirata shishbachata v'nefahata damiram b'yama v'imaro.
Amen.
Tikabat slohum v'chayechon d'chol Yisrael ka'adam avuhon divishmaya v'imaro.
Amen.
Yehi shlama rabim mishmaya hayim aleinu ve'akol Yisrael v'imaro.
Amen.
Osa shalom v'imromav huyasa shalom aleinu ve'akol Yisrael ve'akol yoshvei tevel v'imaro.
Amen. 204, Enkelheinu.
Ein Keloheinu, Ein Kadonenu, Ein Kemalkeinu, Ein Kemoshi.
Heinu. Micheloheinu. Michadonenu. Emalkeinu. Michemoshienu. Nodel Adonenu. Nodel Moshienu. Baruch Adonenu. Baruch Malkeinu. Baruch Moshienu. Atahu Eloheinu. Tahu Adonenu. Tahu Malkeinu. Atahu Moshienu. Atahu Shektiru Avotenu Lefanech Et Koret Hasamim. We rise for Aleinu, 205. Latet Gedula Liotzer Breshit Shelo Asanu Kigoye Haratzot Velo Saman Kimishbechot Hadama Shelo Sam Chelkeinu Kahem Begor Aleinu Kechol Amonam Vanachnu Korim Umishtachavim Umodim Lifnei Melech Malchei Hamlachim HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yosei Loretz Moshe. V'nemar Haya Adonai Melech al kol haaretz Bayom hahu Yeh Adonai echad Ushemo What's his name? What? Charlie Ushkoff, beautiful Musa, thank you.
He's going to do Adon Olam for us in just a moment.
Right, go ahead, take it away.
This week in our congregation, we observe the yahrzeits of Harold L. Bess, David Greenberg, Leo Stein, Samuel Henry Weiner, Elaine Chaloff, Alan David Weinberg, Bernard Dessel, Saul Kreisler, Esther Weissaker, Joseph Cohen, Helen Cohen, Andy Flager, Harris Weinberg, and Frida Lubing.
Kadisha Tom, the mourner's Kaddish for all who live on in love, 207. Yitkadal, Vyitkadash, Me'rabah, Bi'alama, Divra, Chirutei, V'yamlich, Balchutei, B'chayechon, V'yomechon, U'v'chayei, D'chol Beit Yisrael, Ba'agala Uvizman Kari, V'yimaru, Amen. Yehei Shmei Rabba Mevorach, Leolam Ulomeo Maya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitalev v'yitalal Shmei Kudsha B'richu Le'ela Mikol Birchata v'shirata Tushbechata v'nechamata Da'amiran B'alama v'yimaru Amen. Yehei Shloma Rabba Min Shemaya V'chayim Aleinu V'al Kol Yisrael V'Maru Amen. Oseh Shalom B'Romav Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu V'al Kol Yisrael V'Maru Amen. Make announcements.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Yasher Koach to Harriet for leading us in Pesukei de Zimra, for Rabbi Grife for leading us in Shacharit and reading Torah, to Phil for reading Torah, to Phyllis for reading Haftarah, to Benjamin for the service for taking out the Torah, to Danny for the service for putting back the Torah, and to Charlie for Musaf. After services, we have, for those of you in person, we have a luncheon. There's food in both the social hall and in the lobby. If you ordered a vegetarian meal, it's only in the lobby. Please remember that our current protocol is to be wearing your masks while you're walking around and only to remove your mask while you are seated. Then we will come back in here for a short learning session and questions and answers. For those of you on YouTube and Zoom, that'll be around 1 o'clock. So just keep watching your camera for your screen for that. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock online is from adult education, the class Escape to Shanghai, which is our guest speaker is Jean Lawanda. On Wednesday at 10 a.m., Rabbi Weiss has her Jews and Food series. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. is Minyan. Every morning, weekday morning at 7 a.m. is Minyan. On Thursday, it's the 5th Yortzeit for Andy Flager. So please join us for a super sumptuous breakfast. RSVP for that is preferred, and you can do that online. And evening Minyan every night at 7:30. Shabbat Shalom. Oh, and I forgot again, Mishloach Manot. If you have not ordered your Mishloach Manot, please do that online by March 2nd.
I echo the Yashkoch to everybody. We named everybody, not else. Everybody made up this minyan and brought joy to this table, so thank you. We're on 211 with Adon Olam.
Adon Olam Asher Malach B'Terem
Kol Yitzir Nivra Li'ed Nasa V'Chefzo Kol Azai Melech Shemo Nikra V'Yacharei Kichlota Kol Levado Yimloch Nora V'Hu Haya V'Hu Hoveh V'Hu Yiyah V'Hu Echad V'Yein Sheni Laham Shilo Lahach Bira B'Li Reishi B'Li Tachlit V'Lo Ha'oz V'Ha Misra V'Hu Eli V'Chai Go'ali V'Tzor Chevli Yitzara V'Hu Nisi Umanosli Menat Kosi B'Yomekra B'Yado Afkid Ruchi B'Etishan B'Yaira B'Imruchi B'Yati Parents were eagerly awaiting their child coming home from Hebrew school. They were learning the stories of Exodus. And they said, "So what'd you learn today? What'd the rabbi teach you?" He said, "Wild." The rabbi said, Moshe got to the Red Sea with the Israelites, and they saw that the waters wouldn't let them go through. They wanted to go back, and they saw the Egyptian army had pursued them, and they didn't know what to do. So the rabbi said, Moshe reached into his cloak, and he took out his iPhone 13. I think that's what we're up to, 13. I don't know. He took his iPhone 13, and he called the Prime Minister of Israel. He said, "We're in trouble. We need help." He said, "Stay right there. Got you covered." All of a sudden, moments later, the Israeli Air Force comes screaming overhead, and they're keeping the Egyptians back. And then the Israeli Navy comes, and they build these pontoon bridges over the Red Sea. And then the army comes and escorts all the people over. When the Egyptians see this, that the Israelites go through to safety, they start to pursue them. And then the Israeli Air Force blows up the pontoon bridges, and they all drowned in the sea, and the Israelites crossed through safely and proceed on ahead. The parents looked at their child and said, "Is that really what the rabbi taught you?" And the child said, "Nah. But if I told you what he really said, you'd never believe it." We're going to continue with Kiddush and Amotzi. Where's our Kiddush gone? You want to hold that, Larry? Yeah, why not? Guys, come close if you want. We'll do this together. Do you guys do Vashamra? How much do you do?
Anything you want.
Well, it's getting late. So
Okay.
just a break. We're good. Al Kain Be'erach Adonai, stand or sit for Kiddush, whatever's good for you. Al Kain Be'erach Adonai, Yom HaShabbat, V'Gadshev, Birshut. Al Rochat Adonai, Elam Ochalam, Borei, Priyankafen. Please. You guys watch what we did last night? Here we go. I'm going to hold the ball.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kittam mizvah v'tzivanu ani tzilat yadayim.
Amen. There you go.
Wait, I just got this whole thing?
There you go. If you want. Together. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hamotzi lachat min haaretz. Amen. Tevon, go ahead, break it up, take a piece. Shabbos, everybody. Good Shabbos, good Shabbos.
You can put it back now.
Thanks.
Let's go up, Rabbi.
Thank you, dear. You too. You too. You too.
You're not going to call him dear?
Yeah. Wow. Let's see. Thank you.
So, if you want, I think we can constitute so you can do it one time out of
Nah. Don't need it.
All right.
First of all, I got some friends that came to see me here today. I got a bunch of friends I see on the screen. I recognize their faces and names.
I told Don to do that. What's that for you?
Andrew's here.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Andrew came. I actually talked to her this morning because she asked me, she's a good friend. She asked me, "Do you know Andrew Dawson?"
I know her, and my cousin knows her. I know her name.
So, we've been friends for 100 years. So, I talked to her this morning because I wanted to see what she was doing. She wanted to see how I was doing. I said, "Great." I said, "You sound like you're driving." She goes, "Yeah, I'm going to shul." So I thought she was going to Temple Sinai, where she goes.
I'm going to go introduce myself to her.
Yeah, she's wearing a hat.
Yep.
Okay, I'll see you out there.
Compared to what you're used to. Officials do.
Yeah, but this reminds me more of when I was a kid than the last many years. And for different.
שחקי על החלומות, זו אני החול אמצא, שחקי באדמה כי עודני מאמין שחקי כי עוד נפשי דרור שואפת לו בחרתי על עגל פת שחקי על החלומות, זו אני החולם שר, שחקי האדם מאמין, כי עודני מאמין בה, שחקי בה, האדם מאמין, כי עודני מאמין בה, כי עוד נפשי דרור שואפת
Rabbi, I have a spot up here for you.
You don't need, I don't think you need a microphone.
Here.
Oh, don't make too big a deal out of it.
Okay. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Thank you for being here this afternoon. The rabbi is going to be doing some teaching right now, and then we'll follow with a Q&A. But no further ado, Rabbi Grife.
Thank you. Shkoyach, it's been a pleasure. It's all been a pleasure. So many friendly faces have come up to say hello. Can you hear me? Good. No? I'm getting lots of yeses and nos. Gee, what a typical Jewish crowd. Okay. I'm going to speak as loudly as I can. Here's Michael pick me up. Just thought I'd sit down with a cup of tea, a little glazé here, relax, enjoy Shabbos a little bit. I love when a few times in my life people come up to me and go, Rabbi, how come you can work on Shabbos? We can't. All right. See, now I started something. All right. It's all right. I put some thoughts together. One of the things that I've been really blessed with and fortunate that kind of fell into my lap was since January 5th, 2020, I started studying Daf Yomi, the daily regimen of a page of Talmud a day for about 7 1/3 years. And it's been over 2 years now, and I'm thrilled, and it's been great. And it's been a daily, time of study for Talmud, and I listened to Rabbi Aryeh Leibowitz from Yeshiva University, who is a scholar among scholars, and I can't believe what he knows, and he quotes his scholars and all that. So some of these thoughts are from Daf Yomi, but I thought about a lot of things. I love to teach, I love to study, I love to learn, and I picked this topic, which I thought would resonate well with us, with the group. And in fact, today something happened that surprised me and had to do with that. The issue at hand is standing versus sitting. Standing versus sitting. So a new rabbi comes to a shul and he announces Shema Yisrael. All of a sudden, half the shul stands up, half the shul stays seated. They do Shema, the people sitting are like gesturing sit down, the people standing are going like sit up, and this happens. So the rabbi sees this. It goes on for a little while. He says, I'm new to the place. I don't know everything. He goes, let me find out really what the tradition is. So he says to somebody who was standing, says, the tradition here is stand. Okay, thanks. So he announces stand, same thing, half up, half down. Says to someone on the seat, says, what's the tradition here? Says, the tradition here is to sit down during Shema Yisrael. He can't figure this out. This goes on for a couple weeks. He doesn't know how to get an answer. But he wants to unify the congregation and work this out because there's always a little, tumult when it's going on. So he says, let me ask the Rabbi Emeritus. He goes, hell no. Got it. So he goes up and he says to him, can I ask you a question? He says, I'm trying to figure out what the tradition is at your shul. He goes, every time I say Shema, I ask people to, stand up, say, what do? He goes, I tell them, do the tradition. He goes, half the people stand, half the people sit, and they argue throughout, and they argue afterwards for a while. And I want to know what the tradition is. And the rabbi looks back at him and goes, that's the tradition. I tell you that because all of you are so familiar with Jewish life and synagogue life. The question comes up about standing and sitting. When do you stand? When do you sit? I grew up with traditions in a very traditional shul. You guys have your backgrounds. You're all different, your traditions. Some of you may be very dedicated to times to sit, to stand. Others may not care. A lot of times people just do what the rabbi says. He tells us to stand, we sit, we sit. I have gotten to a point where when I went to one of the more eclectic programs in my life, B'nai B'rith summer programs, I was moved by the teenage leaders who would often say to people, the kids, we're now going to sing something, stand or sit according to your custom. I was so moved by that. Because people who are standing shouldn't feel bad, and people who are sitting shouldn't feel bad, and the whole shul shouldn't feel bad, and it shouldn't be the reason why the shul fights all the time. Stand up, sit down, fight team fight, right? So, I thought I would talk about that. The question is standing more kavadika, more honored, like glorifying what God and whatever you're saying? And in pure Talmudic fashion, the answer is yes and no. I was on an El Al flight to Israel years ago. This was when often the Hasidim would rise, at 4 in the morning and start to put on their talis tefillin and daven. A lot of times before, years ago, we'd go in the back where there was some room by the kitchen and we'd have a minyan, or there'd be one here, one, whatever it was, we'd daven. So we're davening, talis tefillin, whole thing. All of a sudden, the captain comes on and says, we're heading into turbulence. Everybody please sit down. So most people were seated, but the people who were davening. So finally the attendants came around and started to say, sit down, sit down. One guy wouldn't sit down. The attendant said, I'm sorry, but you have to sit down. The captain's orders. And he said, I'm saying the Amidah, standing prayer. I got to stand. She said, I'm sorry, but the captain said, you have to sit down out of safety. He said, I am answering the call of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I am standing before God. And the attendant, who I'm sure had experience, was not moved and went, well, on this plane, the captain's God, you better sit down. Who was right? The guy or the captain? Jewish law says mar datra, right? Dina de machuta dina. The law of the land is the law. Captain says you got to sit down. There's good reason for that. And if you don't, you can get arrested. Last time I took a group to Israel, or maybe I went for my daughter's wedding, remember, but a few years ago, I was sitting there. I think it was just a couple of us. We were sitting there, and I didn't have a group then, I think. And we were flying to Israel, and right near us was a group of a southern church who was going to the Holy Land, like a totally different place than I was going to. I was going to Israel. They were going I was going to see the Kinneret. They were going to the Sea of Galilee where Jesus walked. And I love all that stuff, but it's just a different world. Anyway, so we're there, and I met a number of women sitting right in front of me who were from the church, first time to the Holy Land, thrilled, whole thing. All of a sudden, people are sleeping. It's again, what happens at 4:30 in the morning on a flight? I don't know. Same time. All of a sudden, I open my eyes, look around, I see a couple people. You know, Zrizim Maktimi L'Mitzvah, like I said last night, people are eager to daven, some people as early as they can. They want to know the earliest moment. They can start the daven, put on tefillin, say Shema, say the Amidah. There are different times to all this. Part of it's the Masechah Brachot, just Jewish law. Some people daven early, Netzachama, Amud Shachar, others daven later. Talmud says the ones who daven the latest, that's the king. Because he doesn't have to wake up. Do what he wants. He davens late in the morning. Sitting there. All of a sudden, true story, Zianis. This woman stands up and she, sleeping plane, she starts screaming. You all have heard people scream. She is freaking out. Everyone's sleeping. They're like, happened was, there was a chassid standing by the door where there's a little wall, and he chose the wall to do the Amidah. So he's, now it's show and tell time. Okay. So he's davening with all the kavanah. And there's the big arm of the door there. She's got it in her head that he wants to open the door and kill everybody. She is screaming, he's going to kill us. He's going to... She's freaking. I finally get what's happening, and I said, ma'am, I said, easy. And I tell her what he's doing. He's not going to open that door. He just won't die. He's not freaking. He's not going to kill you. He's praying, and he's not even, you'll see. She finally calms down. Now it's quiet again. All right, good. I sit there. Now I'm up. I sit there. All of a sudden, she turns to me. I am so sorry. Now she's totally apologetic. She didn't know. Totally. I'm so sorry. If it was Yom Kippur, we'd all be forgiven. She got up and walked around to everybody on the plane and apologized. Yeah, I watched her. Row to row to row. So, standing, davening, things that happen on an El Al plane, I'll never forget that story. I mean, she literally flipped out, and she just didn't get it. Poor lady. Standing and sitting, what's going on? You know, if I tell you it's time for tefillah, what is at least two things I'm telling you? What's tefillah? Prayer. It's time to pray. It's time for tefillah. But there's one prayer that's known as the quintessential prayer. The tefillah, what is that? The Amidah. If people say rise for tefillah, they're talking the Amidah. The Amidah is the quintessential prayer. So the question is, we usually stand for the Amidah. I've spent a career announcing we stand for the Amidah. Then I started to expand, L'Archiv et Ofakim Shali, at Ofakim Shali, to expand my horizons and realize that, you know what? Not everybody can stand. You could stand. Consider yourself blessed. You know what's starting next week? The Olympic Paralympics. You got people competing in the world, playing hockey, skiing. They have like one leg. They can't just stand. You got people with no legs. You got people with two legs that don't work very well. You got people that are wheelchair bound for life. You want to be moved? Go to YouTube. Now I sound like my kids. Go to YouTube. There was a commercial for maybe Budweiser I saw years ago. I saw this. I haven't stopped crying since. They cut to a gym, and there's a game of wheelchair basketball going on. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Game's going on. It's time to end. They blow the whistle. They wheel all the chairs towards the door. All of a sudden, what happens? Everybody gets up out of the chair, except for one guy. And then they go to the bar. This guy had 11 friends who could run and got in wheelchairs to level the playing field and to make them feel at home. And they played wheelchair basketball, but they could all walk. and he was in a wheelchair. I still cry over it. It's like unbelievable. And you can see it. I'm sure you can YouTube it. Standing versus sitting. Pandemic, changed everything. I started davening at home on screen, and I realized that if I'm going to stand and sit and stand and sit and sit and stand and stand and sit, I'm going to have to mess with the technology all the time. Move the computer, or move the mic, move to this. I'm like, can you see me? A 10-minute service will take an hour. So I made a quick decision, knowing that you can't always stand, and some people will never stand, and it's okay to daven, seated, that I was going to sit, set myself up, have myself together, and I would do it that way. And I told people, and they could do whatever they want, and some stood, and some sat, and some just sat it out. But to me, if we have a great, benevolent God, if he can hear me standing, he can hear me seated. And what are you going to tell the people in wheelchairs? You can't say the Amidah, ever. You can't pray to God. You're not standing. Talmud talks about this. Torah 2, Jewish law, recently in Talmud 2, in Chagiga. If you have certain challenges, can you lead the people? If you're blind, can you read the Torah? I see a no there. Good answer. There's also a yes answer. Goes back and forth. The point is, I have yet to run into something in the Talmud where everybody agreed with one side. This doesn't happen. It's always a yes and a no. The argument, then, you were so right. The argument for no is that you have to read the Torah. So if you can't see, you're not reading the Torah. You're memorizing it. Okay. Then people say, can I read the Torah? I memorized a few lines from my kid's bar mitzvah. Can I read it? The problem with memorization is, if you blank or you seize up, there's nothing to fall back on. If you have a piece of paper in front of you, it's another thing. I don't know if they have. I know they have Braille Sidurim. I don't know if they have a Braille Sefer Torah, but that would be so cool, because then you could do it. I remember the first time I went to an ATM machine and saw these dots there, and I went, what is that? And I realized it's for people who can't see. And then I started to think, well, how'd they get here? But the point is, whatever we can do in this world to open it up to people who can't hear well, can't see well, right? Amazing. They should hopefully have a Sefer Torah in Braille one day. There's a big group, the Jewish for the Blind, and they make big Sidurim and all this other stuff. This guy was out on Pesach, and he packed his Pesach lunch every day, went to the park, sat on a bench, looks to his right, he sees that there's a blind person there, Summa, blind person there, an Iver. He looks, he sees him sitting there, decides to help. He says, would you like something to eat, He says, sure, I've been here for a while, I'm kind of hungry. Gives him a piece of matzah. You know this one? Did you guys ever hear Jewish jokes before? I've told you everyone I know. No, you kidding? I'm just beginning. We could bet on how long I can go telling jokes and stories. He's holding the matzah. Guy keeps eating his matzah with butter or whatever it is. A couple of moments later, all of a sudden the guy goes, excuse me, says what? He goes, who wrote this nonsense? I love that. A matzah joke. If you're physically there we go. That's all right. It's all good. It's all good. Phyllis, keep an eye on her, please. I'm just saying that because Phyllis is my dear friend, and I wanted to recognize her. It's good to see her again. The Torah says that if you're physically deformed, you may not be able to be a Kohen. We live in different times. There are incredible leaders who are challenged one way or another. Think about President Roosevelt with the wheelchair, when he was in it, and he led the country for 4 terms. I heard a story not too long ago. The president's desk used to be open. You could see his legs, but he had it covered so they wouldn't see him in his wheelchair because he didn't want to come across weak to people. Wow. There's weak and there's weak. That's strong. Amazing. But I ask these questions. We live in a day and age where great rabbis, are blind, are handicapped, are in wheelchairs. Other leaders too. Help me. What's her name? There's this, is it Tammy Duckworth? Yes. She a senator who's in a wheelchair? Vietnam War vet. Was she in a wheelchair before the war? War. War's hell. War's hell. An amazing scene from a movie years ago, I remember, The Last Castle, still on. There was a head of a prison, Robert Redford's in it, James Gandolfini. A head of a prison, he had this whole war display and celebrating. And Robert Redford had been a general, and he goes to the prison for reasons. And he's there, and he sees this whole war thing, and there's like swords, a whole collection. He says, "Did you ever fight?" He says, "No." He says, "I knew that. Anybody's fought in war doesn't glorify it like this. War's hell. People die. People come back wounded. When I was a kid, I grew up to the Vietnam War, hearing the numbers. When I was a kid, when I heard someone was wounded, oh, they got a Band-Aid. Okay. The Wounded Warrior Project? What a tragedy. We live in a country. There's no problem sending the people to fight and die. But when they come back missing 4 legs, 4 arms, and legs, they don't do anything. People are suffering. They don't have the care they need, and they don't know what to do next. It's a shame. The whole standing, sitting thing. Yeah, could you see me going to Tammy Duckworth? What are you, senator? Stand up. Really? She gave her life for the country. Gave her body for the country. Amazing. Israel, when they got the Torah, the tradition is they stood around Mount Sinai. There's a lot of stories about that, Exodus 19 and 20. There's a tradition today that when you get to the Aseret Dibrot, the 10 Commandments, which we recently got to a few weeks ago, whole congregation stands. Why? One tradition is they stood to honor Mount Sinai and God. One tradition was they didn't have the Sound and Light amphitheater built yet. There's nowhere to sit. So they stood. There's another tradition that we stand because out of respect for God, but there's another tradition that, Erev Shavuot, you have a Tikkun Leil Shavuot, you study. People stay up all night long. One year I did it at the Kotel. Oh, it was exciting. Shavuos at the Kotel. At about midnight, I was there with 4 people. There was like 12 people around. By 10 a.m., there were 100,000 people in the Kotel Square. They came streaming in from everywhere. And we daven and read 10 Commandments. One answer, you stay up all night, and then you stand, because our ancestors were tired. They fell asleep, and when God came and said, "Hi, here I am, 10 Commandments time," they were all schluffing. So we stand out of honor, and we don't want to oversleep that moment. Mourner's Kaddish. There's all sorts of traditions. If someone's mourning, a lot of them will stand. If someone is mourning a loved one but not immediate family, they might stand. Or they might say, "You know what, I'm going to say it's seated because it was like my grandparent. I'm not immediate family, but I love them and remember them, so I want to say it, but I'm not going to stand to show I'm not an actual Avel close to the, that kind of close." Then, friends of mine from the 4 movement, when I announced the Mourner's Kaddish, they all stand. Whole congregation. Everybody. Do you know why? One reason is they're all in this together. Go ahead.
That reason, and then I say also, isn't some people's traditions stand for every Kaddish, mourners, full half?
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Great answer. Before we get to every other Kaddish. For the Mourner's Kaddish, here's a moving answer. People said to me, we stand for every Mourner's Kaddish because 6 million Jews died who left nobody to say Kaddish for them. We're saying it. That's our people. This is our chiyuv, our obligation. We're saying it. Wow. That's pretty cool. Then there are people who stand for every Kaddish because the word Kaddish means holy, and in order to be holy, you should stand, and they stand for every Kaddish. There are people who agree with that, and people that disagree with that. Some people say if everyone stands for Mourner's Kaddish, you can't tell it's mourning, so you don't know. But there's other ways we have of knowing. We have pamphlets. Liz read names today of deceased. People know. The word goes around, it's announced. So there's other ways of knowing besides. Used to be you had to come to shul on Friday night Shabbos to find out what was going on. Who was saying Kaddish? Who they say Mishberach for? Who's sick? Who's on the list? No, you don't need that. You got the synagogue bulletin, you got the website, and you got a phone. You can hear everything. You don't have to go anywhere. But we did that. There were people who said you shouldn't stand for the Kaddish, the Chatzi Kaddish. Why? 2 reasons. One, everyone's going to think you think you're holier than they are. The whole holier than thou thing, which is not good, because we're all holy. Says the Torah, Kadoshim, Ki Kadosh, right? Ani Adonai, everyone Kadoshim to you, shall all be holy. We're all holy. No one's better than anybody else. But also, if you're standing and you think you're better than other people, whatever, you're also breaking the mitzvah in Pirkei Avot, Al tifrosh min hatzibur. Don't separate yourself from the community. When the community is celebrating, don't bring them down. When the community is mourning, don't tell them jokes. When the community is standing, don't sit. And when they're seated, don't stand. It's one interpretation of Al tifrosh min hatzibur. All right, let's wrap this up. I love the story. Leibowitz told us in his teaching of Daf Yomi. I hang on every word he says. I've learned so much. He said he had a rabbi who taught a class that you can sit for Havdalah tonight, right? You can sit for Havdalah. Gave all these explanations, all this reason, Allah, you can sit for Havdalah. So he taught him that. So he announced Havdalah, so everybody sat. He stood up. Just gave a whole shir on why you could sit for Havdalah, why he's standing. He said, you can't sit, but my father stood, so I'm standing. That was his thing. Did what his father did. There's a lot of Jewish stories about tradition, jokes and serious stories about people who have no idea what they're doing. They just know my mother did it. My grandfather did it. My rabbi did it. So I do it the same way. I don't think that sitting denies chashivut, denies importance. I don't think if you sit for something, it means you're belittling it. I don't. Some people argue we should stand from Matovu through Adon Olam. You know one reason is we don't? What? We have chairs. Hey, there's a smart guy. Use what you got. It's called Tircha Tzibur. It's too troubling for the congregation. Most of us here can't or don't want to stand for 2.5, 3 hours. Some people can't stand for a minute. Certainly not that long. There are people who could argue you should stand for the whole Torah reading. Some people say it's too long, especially too. Here you read a shlish, but I grew up at a shul where they read the whole thing, and a lot of people still do and all that. That's a long time to stand. There are people who stand for the Kriya. As soon as it's done, the blessing, they sit to be called, sit for the next blessing, then stand again. They're up and down because they believe the Torah is worthy of standing for, like our ancestors did at Mount Sinai. I don't believe standing or sitting denotes chashivus or just making light of something. You could stand for something and have a bad attitude. You could sit for something and have the best attitude. So I don't think that's the final line. Standing and sitting can all be good. Let's see. Let's finish this up. You know, on Sukkot, there's a tradition to go on a sukkah. And has Sukkot reached you guys here in Yardley? You know about this holiday? I read about it today. Shalosh Regalim, I wanted to point it out, but we had enough going on. So a lot of people go in the sukkah, because what is the mitzvah? Leishev basukah. So the question is, what does leishev mean? To sit or to dwell or to live. People say it means to spend time. To dwell, they go in the sukkah. They don't necessarily sit. But people think you should sit. A lot of them will stand for Kiddush and then sit down before they drink. So they bring both traditions together, and they've covered their bases. I wanted to bring this to you guys because I guess it really, I'll finish by tying it in with what I spoke earlier. You know, it's real easy to be judgmental. It's real easy to think you're right, the other guy's wrong. It's real easy to think you're superior, or I know what I'm doing and they're not. Look at them. They're sitting for the mourner's Kaddish, shouldn't be doing it, sitting for the Amidah. And then it's like, when you open your eyes and you understand what's going on, you sometimes get taught wild lessons. There's a story of one Kippur, right around Yizkor, a holy hour, everyone's there. This man came in with 4 little kids and like stuffed them in the only empty seats, like the first row. And the kids, they were little. They had snacks, they had books, games, toys, and people were trying to say Yisker. The kids were all over the man. The man was trying for whatever. People got really upset. First of all, you shouldn't be here. Second of all, you shouldn't be here with the kids. Third of all, if they're here in the back, disturbing everybody, what in the hell's going on? Pardon my language. But I'm passionate about this story. And they asked somebody, and someone said, oh, said, you here? It's a new member. Said, his wife just died suddenly. Said, now he's alone with the 4 kids. But he wanted to say Kaddish and say Yisker. Judge him. Go ahead. Wow. Let our Judaism be beautiful. Let us enjoy what we do and others do. You want to stand? Stand. You want to sit? You want to sit. No judging. Who knows why you're sitting? Maybe you just had surgery yesterday. Can't even get up. You're lucky you're here. Maybe you're standing. How many people will go? I'll see them in the back against the wall. What are you doing? Oh, I can't sit. What am I going to tell them? Well, you can't be Jewish. If Judaism teaches us anything, it teaches us to not have gaiva, pride, to not think you know it all. And the next person probably has a reason for why they're doing and what they're doing. And let's accept, make them feel welcome, do our thing, and live together, whether we stand or sit. Shabbos. Oh, now you're asking me if I'm going to sit or stand? Is that the test? Yeah, I heard there were some questions. Can you hear me? All right, I'm going to now drink this tea that got cold and answer a question or two if I can.
Sure you can.
In all modesty, if I can answer anything, it'd be amazing. Go ahead.
Yep, it's on. I'm going to start off the questions, and then Mindy's going to come around, and anybody who has some can't hear me. Is that better? So I will start off with a couple of questions, or at least with one, and then Mindy will come out and share the mic with her wand and share her microphone with all of you. Rabbi. Since
me?
First question is for you. Could you just tell us a little bit about yourself? So
you did.
I've heard a little bit about you. I do know, but not everybody has heard everything that I've heard.
Okay,
The
I will
short
do
version.
that. I moved to start with a joke for a change. Do you guys remember Steve Martin?
Sure.
Do you remember, what was he in, the stupid guy, what did they call him, the jerk? I never saw the whole movie, but I saw like a little bit. So they asked him to tell a story. He said, I was born a poor black child. Oh, what can I tell you? I'm blessed to be here. I'm 64 years old. I was married to a beautiful woman, the best, really. And we should all say that about our spouses. But some people here knew Linda, and she was. I believe Linda was a Lamed Vovnik. I really do. One of God's 36 righteous people of this world. She was amazing. She died. More people came to her funeral than ever before at Goldstein's, and more people came to Shiva at the shul than come to hear me speak on Yom Kippur. How dare they? Happily married for 35 years. Had 3 beautiful girls, Gabriella, Alana, and Shira. When Linda and I took Gabby to college at FIT, we dropped her off. We drove back down the Jersey Turnpike in the dark home. I started crying uncontrollably. Linda went, what's the matter? I went, what did we just do? We just dropped our kid off and left her. What was that about? It moved me that much. My girls are doing great. Gabby, I tell my kids all the time, myself too. With Daf Yomi I did it, and every day I try to do more things. Tell it to you, don't be afraid to reinvent yourself. Sometimes you get pigeonholed. That's the smart one, that's the lazy one, that's the one that always does this, that's the one that does that. Don't be afraid to reinvent yourself. When Gabby was a kid, she wouldn't get off the floor. She read all day long, and she would eat there, go to the bathroom there, she wouldn't move. Gabby's become a championship weightlifter. Gabby is opening a gym with a partner in Austin called like The Factory in the next couple of months. And she's won gold medals in weightlifting. I have a video on my phone. If you don't believe me after Shabbos, I could show you. They strapped a half-ton truck to her back, and she pulled it for half a block. Yeah, really. I'm so proud of her. She reinvented herself. Alana called us in her year off from gap year after high school. She was in Israel. She said, I think I'm going to come back here and not go to Hofstra or Pitt, wherever she might have gone. We said, why are you going? She goes, you want to know why I'm going? I said, I don't know. I don't know why I'm going. You and Ema took us 12 times here since we were kids, told us it was the greatest place in the world. My wife did that a lot. Greatest place in the world. Now you want to know why I want to go live in Israel? Good argument, but we're still going to miss you. She went for 12 years. She didn't have to, but she went in the army. She did tough stuff. They looked at this cute little American rabbi's daughter and went, we'll have you stand at the airport and give out flowers. She went, I don't think so. She's a big football fan. She wound up signing up. She was in charge of mine placement in the southern Negev. She called us one night. This is everything a Jewish parent wants to hear from the daughter or son. She called us one night. She said, what to do in the middle of the night. Lon, how are you? How are you? Good. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, we're out here. They had a windstorm, big hub scene, and those sands shifted, and I'm out here pretty much by myself in the desert checking mines to see whether they're still operative or not, or active or not. Just what I wanted to hear. Perfect. I'd rather you be drunk at a college party, you know? Linda goes, how did you know whether the mine was active or not? Like if you touched it, it would go off. It was like the Foot Locker just came out that time. It was all about that. My daughter, I don't know, what was she, 19, 20? She said, Ema, I figured I had a 50-50 chance. I aged 12 years that night. My youngest daughter, Shira, is quite the pisk. In a lot of ways, she runs the family, the younger ones. For all of you younger ones, you know the Jewish heroes are the younger ones. Go throughout the Torah. They're the younger ones, the heroes, the one who saved the day. David against Goliath, on and on. She is successfully working for a company, and she has a boyfriend, and I'm thrilled for her. I'm going to see her hopefully next week with my brother on vacation. So a little bit of my kids. I also have a granddaughter now, Lucy, named after Linda. My wife died in September 1st, 2016. She suffered terribly from cancer. For anybody who's ever had it or knows or cares for people, for years. She never complained a second. I would tell you. She never rolled over and said, you're a rabbi, I'm a good person. Why me? Never. Till the day she died. She was a real Eshet Chayil and the real power behind the throne, as they say. Story, and I love telling the story. I was a student rabbi in Temple Bethel, Endicott, New York, and then I was a rabbi for 12 years at Greenbelt, Maryland, at a conservative Reconstructionist shul, and then for over 23 years in Philadelphia at a conservative shul, but the people there are all over the place, you know. They come, they don't come, they know, they don't know, they care, they don't care, stand, sit, Hebrew, English, fight, team, fight, we're good, whatever. So we used to go up every other weekend, but it could be tough winters in Binghamton. And if the 81 in Northeast Extension was tough, they would say, don't come this weekend. We don't want you getting hurt. One weekend it was snowing, we decided to go. We drive up there, we get there, we went to people's house for dinner, then we went to the shul. It was like you walked up steps in a long townhouse and two sides and a long aisle in the bima, and I go walking up, and the place is jammed. The word got out that the rabbi and Linda were coming. They came through the snow for us, we're coming for them. The place was bigger than High Holidays. I'm walking down the aisle, I see at the top, I see this. I'm walking down the aisle, everyone stands and they start facing me. I feel like Pharaoh. I'm like king of the world. I start walking down, all of a sudden from the front row, Joe Lockham, the rest in peace, the elder statesman gets up and he starts walking towards me. Yeah, touchdown. Before I could figure out what to do next, I hear behind me, Linda. It is so amazing. She came through the weather. Big hug and kiss, and then I hear this. Now we just want to remind you, Sue and Harvey are long time friends of mine. So is Andrea, right? Liz is a new friend. You carry other places, other people too. I hear her say, and I just want to remind you, don't feel every time you come up, you have to bring her out. I heard that. I knew my place, and I've never been prouder, and that has been my lot in life, and it's really, really true. So Linda's terribly missed by everyone who knew her. She was an amazing person. She reinvented herself when her brother Steve Katz opened Max and David's Kosher Restaurant in Philly for 5 years. He said to her, I want you to run it because I trust you and you'll do a great job. And she goes, I don't know from restaurants, from Shemitah, it's all hard Sinai. And he said, I trust you. She learned, she ran the best restaurant. One example, I was there all the time when I wasn't busy hanging out with her until she was off work, whatever. She would work either lunch or dinner. It's like a long shift, lunch or dinner. I would get phone calls. Hello? Yes, hi. Can you please tell me when Linda's working today? Excuse me? Is she working long shift or the dinner shift? I'm like, are you kidding? We're not changing the menu for you. She goes, because Linda's always so nice to me, takes care of me. If she's lunch, I'm coming for lunch. If she's dinner, I'm coming for dinner. I thought to myself, who calls a restaurant and asks this question? Is Herbie working my waiter for dinner or lunch? That was the kind of person she was. We have 3 great kids. Lucy is named after her. I'm sorry she won't know her physically, but hopefully through the spirit and good things. I'm glad she saw her kids. And I'm sorry she didn't see her daughter get married. It's a tough thing. But we have losses. We've all had them, all of us, and it can be hard. And we have to learn how to go on the best we can. So I went to YU for undergraduate, got the double degree at the Orthodox school. Then I went to JTS, got a Master's in Education school. Then I went to the Reconstructionist College for 5 years, got a rabbinic degree. One of my standing jokes is I got to go to HUC, the Reform School, take at least one class so I can figure out what it is to be Jewish. I'm all over the place. I'm equally comfortable left to right. I spent lots of time in Israel, in Hasidic communities, at the Kotel, amazing things. And I've come to appreciate, I grew up a conservative Jew. I was steeped in it. And that was a tough time back then because, for all you know, a lot of times the movements weren't so fond of each other. I grew up here, conservative Judaism was the right one. Orthodox were crazy. Reform were like non-Jews. That's how I grew up. I heard it. You know what? The conservative movement heard it too. Because in the 80s, I think now, they had a book I taught, Emet V'Amuna. You know, people said I'm a conservative Jew. What does that mean? Oh, it's so easy. I'm not Orthodox, I'm not one. The conservative movement said, we can't have our people defining themselves by a negative definition. So they wrote Emet V'Amuna, which stated what they believed in, the principles of the movement. So it's good to know what you stand for. Sometimes we know what we are because we know we're not. But I grew up, got a great background from my shul, conservative Judaism, all the stuff, from all the schools. Today I appreciate the best I can of a Jew. I don't look down on Reform Jews. I also learned, used to be, people would say, oh, you're getting more religious, you're Reformed? You go to conservative. You're getting more religious, conservative? Go to Orthodox. More religious? Go Hasidic. I met lots of people, a lot of Reform Jews, who said, no, I am getting more into it, but I'm not going conservative. I love Reform meetings. This is where I will be and where I will stay, and it's not the more you go, you're going to another movement. And I love that, because they were proud of their home and where they were, and didn't feel like if I was a better Jew, I'd be also. So I've come to appreciate all the differences. I love sports. I'm a Philly sports guy. We've lived to see the Eagles win a Super Bowl. What?
But they didn't win as many Super Bowls as the Giants.
That's true. My middle daughter, Alana, grew up a Cowboys fan.
And you kept her?
These are all the lines I hear everywhere. When my kids were little, I came home for Hanukkah with 3 big Eagles rations for their rooms. Gabby, loved it. Shira, loved it. Along in the middle. Why not, honey? I'm not an Eagles fan, a Catholic fan. So the family went, no, we're Eagles fans. She goes, not me. She was a Christian kid. I bought her a Cowboys ration. She loved it. My theory is she fell in love with the star as a kid. But I will tell you, I give her so much credit, really. She's like the cutest little thing with a little baby, but she's tough as nails. Went to Israel by herself, made Aliyah, chose to go into the army, chose to fix landmines. I wouldn't do that. I supported her. We lived in Washington for years. I took her to Cowboys-Washington Redskins game. People would yell at her with the Cowboys jersey. Then we moved back to Philly. People would yell, grown men would yell at her. Little kid, Cowboys. I used to think to myself, man, you're amazing. Really. Why don't you hit her? She's 6 years old. Go ahead, hit her. Pour beer on her head. Go ahead. You're like my hero. I remember telling Alana once, Alana, we'll go to the game. You can wear your jersey. I can't fight 50,000 people. You know? Let's like be smart about this. So what did I do for her bat mitzvah? I'd never thought about it. I'd never had it in my life. I told Linda right away. Her bat mitzvah present, I'm taking her down to Dallas to see Cowboys. Let her go on home turf. God hurt me. Because that week, a family I didn't know, a guy walked into my office, asked me to do his wedding. He heard about me, Wedding, great, good. Then we started talking. I said, you know, my daughter's bat mitzvah's coming up. I'm going to take her, I hope, to a Cowboys game and go down there. He goes, really? He goes, I can help you. Who are you? He and his father ran a company. I forget what it's called now, but they did sports showings. The biggest trip they did every year was like 2-3 buses of Eagles fans to the Cowboys game down in Dallas. He said, Rabbi, I'll take care of you. We flew down there, got a convertible. I drove her to the Dallas Cowboys store, ordered everything. Yeah. Went to the game. It was a Saturday night game with ESPN. She had a great time. I thought they were adults. I said, you get these jerseys in Dallas? Like, we kill you guys. They could not have been nicer. I went, oh, you gotta survive the film. Game was Saturday night. Our group rented out the field, Texas Stadium, the old one, on Sunday. And my daughter played with ex-Cowboys, few former Cowboys and Eagles, on the field, sitting in the star. Talk about a dream. She wrote a poem, A Dream Come True. I give her a lot of credit. Yeah, I mean, you said, tell about yourself. I haven't said a word about myself. I told you about my wife and my kids and my granddaughter, and I'm thrilled I told you that.
Let's take a few
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
First of all, thank you, Rabbi. I've really enjoyed the services and the question and answer. My question for you is, why did you choose to leave your past congregation, and why do you want to come back to work as a rabbi?
So, you know, the Torah says, not the Torah, the Bible, in Ecclesiastes 3, La Kol Zman, there's a time for everything. Linda and I were in Greenbelt for 12 years, and then we knew we had to make a change. It was time to move on, and not for, you know, bad reasons. It's just time to change. Been here for 23 years. The past 5 have been very different and difficult in a lot of ways without Linda. And I'm trying to play. I remember once someone said to me, you better take care of yourself. And I said, why? I said, because you're the only parent your kids have left. Great. Thanks for saddling me with that. So, been there a lot of years. Times change. I'm changing. I felt it was time for a change. And so I started to look around. I got people who want me to go to Israel. Once they say, I hope to see my granddaughter middle March for Purim. I hope to be there. They said, once you hold her, you'll never let go. Go to move to Israel. Find a job. I have lots of friends in Israel. And my daughter. Others say, like, I almost went to California years ago, but Linda said she wouldn't go, so I decided to stay with her. It was a good choice. I got colleagues here and there. who know they want to change. They're telling me, come, this shul's looking for a rabbi. This shul's looking for a rabbi. You should come. We'll tell them about you. It's just time for change, time for something new. And I haven't been afraid to change. And I'm looking forward to moving out of the past 5 years. I've lost too many key people in my life. My wife died, but we knew it was coming. 2 weeks later, my brother died suddenly. He's my best friend. Then one of my dearest colleagues died a year later. And then another dear cousin died. She suddenly died. It's been a lot of losses. I think of this congregation that we kind of grew, and it was us, and now I just think it's time for me to start a new chapter. And I'm looking forward to it, wherever it is, whatever it'll be.
I have another question from someone who is not here at the moment. Would you perform services at a U.S. military cemetery?
Ha!
I thought I was. Would you perform services at a U.S. military cemetery?
Okay. I'm not sure why that question's being asked.
A little bit of the background is there are people who will not do it.
Yes, I know, because I've officiated services there.
Now that you've answered the question.
Real quickly, years ago I officiated at Arlington. Wow, that's really an experience. The caissons, the whole thing. I've done it at Washington Crossing. Many. And it's really interesting too, because there I know when I go there, I'm not in charge. They are. I follow whatever they tell me. I once went to one, and it did one, and it was a big to do, and they said, Rabbi, you have 15 minutes. And I went, no problem. And I figured out how to do a Jewish funeral in 15 minutes. They're in charge. Anybody who puts on our colors, my hats are off, I salute them. As I've grown older, a number of years ago, I wanted to become a Navy chaplain. I have a colleague who's one, and I just felt like we all should serve this country in some way. And I wanted to do it, but Linda was sick, and I needed to be here. And then I got older, they said at some point you can't, go in. But I felt if I had to do it all over again, it wasn't my world, but I would have been honored. And I officiate at lots of ones, many times there, but in other cemeteries where the honor guard is there, and I always put them on first because I know they're busy, and I thank them for their service, and I say I'm praying for you and all of our people in uniform that should come home safely. What an honor, what a distinction. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. Another question? Tom?
I think I know where this is going to go, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So there's been a lot of discussion lately on the heels of George Floyd, which you talked about this morning, and a lot of discussion, a lot of reckoning in this country around diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice, and all of those things that are wrapped up in that general topic. So I'm curious what warm and welcoming means to you in terms of congregational life, and what you feel your responsibility as a rabbi is in leading that discussion both inside the community and then out to the broader community at large. Thanks.
Wow. Try to make this short. One of the things I've prided myself from the moment I was an ordained rabbi was working well with my interfaith groups. We had a big group in Greenbelt, Maryland, and I loved everybody, and I came to learn about Lutherans and Methodists and all this, and it was all great. We all were there for each other. Came to Philly, did the same thing. During my years in Philly, Mel Gibson released, what was it called? The Last Temptation or something, whatever. And I got a heads up, this is going to be really anti-Semitic. You better be ready for this. Not only did I go right away with some congregants to see it, I mean, I felt it was. I wanted to get up. I was so moved and yell, "Death to the Jews." I thought he was, whatever he was doing, it seemed to be convincing. I called my colleagues. They said, "You've been there for us. We want to be there for you." They called a town meeting, and we sat, we talked, and they all said, "We're one. We're together for each other." I grew up in a world where non-Jews were not a part of Jewish life. Since then till now, going through different shuls, different things like that, I have come to welcome a non-Jewish spouse to the Torah when their son or daughter was getting bar mitzvah. My first bar mitzvah in this Philadelphia synagogue I was at for over 23 years, I had a meeting with the son and his parents for bar mitzvah, and the mother came with the son. I went, "Where's John?" They went, "Oh, he doesn't come. He was like the third kid. He doesn't come. He's not Jewish." I said, "So what? He's the father. Should be here." They called him. He came. During the service, I recognized him. I had him put his towels on with his wife over his son's shoulders. That time, we weren't calling them up to the beam, I'm not sure, but we changed. And now, at some point, I said, parents can come up with their spouse for the aliyah, watch their kids, hear them be blessed, put the talit on, speak to them, do just a whole lot of stuff I ever did before. So they felt good. As soon as this kid's bar mitzvah was over, I get a knock on the door Sunday morning. "Who's there?" "John." "What's up?" He goes, "I can't believe what you did for me." I didn't think twice of it. I mean, where else are you going to be? He was in construction. He and his friend rebuilt my house in a month. I didn't ask him for anything. He said, "I need to do this for you. You made me feel something I never felt with the other two kids, and I want to say thank you my way." You never know what happens. I wasn't looking for it, but you never know what a drop of kindness can do. I'm as welcoming as I can be. I was telling somebody, I went to a Friday night bar mitzvah service years ago in my synagogue, and we had, usually Friday night, not a lot of people, I had like 100 people, and I realized that 90 of them were Catholic. So I said to myself real quickly, as I like to do, what am I doing here? Like, I don't think I'm going to start with Shalom Aleichem and run through Yigdal and just ignore him. So I changed tactics. And we had a big discussion, and I brought them on the bima. Every year for years, I had 1 or 2 church confirmation groups that wanted to see the synagogue, and I brought them in with their leaders. I opened the ark. I brought out the Torah. I showed it to them. My thinking is this. You want to get people interested, knowledgeable, cut down on ignorance and fear? Embrace people. Show them the Torah. You know, when Moshe and the Israelites got the Torah, the first one, they weren't Jewish. They were Israelites, had a tradition. But the Torah says explicitly an Erev Rav came out, a mixed multitude. Not everybody was there was into was Jewish. The point is we should be proud to share who we are with others, invite others in. I don't count non-Jews in minyanim. I know the tradition. I know there's a million ways to count a minyan. But I also had a Friday night service where I usually don't do this, but I kind of like stared somebody down because we had 10 people and she knew that one of them wasn't Jewish, but they were studying, which she didn't know. And she wanted to say, "No, we can't say Kaddish, we don't have a minyan." And I knew that would embarrass that person. So I said, "We're going to say Kaddish now." Because embarrassing someone is one of the worst things you could do, Jewish or non-Jewish, whoever it is. I'm as accepting as I can. I appreciate our tradition. I don't have non-Jews in my life really like lift the Torah or hold the Torah. But on the Bima, if there's a bunch of people, I don't like to exclude. And I like to make the families feel as welcome as possible. And non-Jews in my B'nai Mitzvah have never had aliyot, but they read English readings. I started that. You get the grandparents on one side aren't Jewish. You're going to like just shut them out? So they read English readings. They love it. Maybe there's more we could do one day. I got thrown once. A non-Jewish guy came up to me after a Friday night service, done something where Jews were included, maybe others weren't, and said, "Rabbi," said, "I'm really, really curious. For a people that's been so persecuted and left out, why would you leave people out now?" I'm sorry, can you hear me? I hear my voice dropping. He said, "Why would you leave people out now?" And that threw me. In the best of all possible worlds, and we're growing. We have to get there. We're all in this together. I don't pray for peace for Israel. I pray for peace for everyone. Israel, Arabs, Palestinians. I got good friends who are Arabs in Israel. Some of my best friends have joint Palestinian-Israeli initiatives because unless peace comes to everyone, we're going to see the cycle of violence just continue. It's got to be for everybody. And we should appreciate who we are. I know our tradition. I love our tradition. I go as far as I can. I don't do interfaith services. I didn't want to be the one to go through that. Other rabbis do. As a conservative rabbi, working in synagogue, all that, but Reconstructionists I could. I didn't want to be the one who led that charge. Let others do it. I've converted tons of people because they wanted me to marry them, so they converted. Even during the pandemic, I had no classes, but I converted a young man by himself, put his fiancée on Zoom. So I do as far as I can, always make people feel welcome, and I do the best I can to be inclusive.
What do you feel about, or how do you feel about musical instruments on Shabbat, particularly Friday evening services?
Terrible. I'm sorry, my dear. Yeah, that's okay. I knew that. Tell me your name again. Sandy, hi. Sandy, I played guitar last night. I play guitar every Friday night at my shul. People love the guitar. I was told you don't play Saturday. I would have played today. And I wanted to teach actually this class on standing and sitting. I wrote an original piece of music a few years ago called Tales from the First Book, which turned into a rock opera of Genesis. It's got 11 songs, starting with creation, going through Joseph. And I wanted to play a song, and I teach the Torah through that. By playing the album, people learn the songs and the stories of Genesis. So I wanted to do that, but we don't do that on Saturday. Okay, but I think it's great. I think it's great. Every synagogue's different. Some synagogues have bands once in a while. You guys do all the time, the keyboard, the this. A long time ago, I lost interest in the technicalities of, well, you can play the guitar, but you can't plug it in. But you can put it in front of the microphone. To me, it's all like you're splitting hairs that I don't think really is what this is about. People love the music, and I love the people, and we want to get people engaged. So that's why I try to clap and play guitar and have sing. I love a singing congregation because I don't want to be up here to perform and have people just stare at me for 2 hours. So I think musical instrumentation to where we're comfortable, we figured out, I think it's a great thing. They did it in the ancient temple. Sure.
Have you or would you officiate at a same-sex wedding?
Yeah, would I officiate a same-sex wedding? Right. If the couple is Jewish, yes. I was asked, people recommended me years ago, 2 women, both professionals. Would I marry them? They were both Jewish. I decided yes. I have 3 daughters. My eldest is gay. I would do her wedding. It might happen one day. Then I went to a traditional something, and these 2 guys heard about me, and they came up, they said, we're from New York. We have no one to talk to. Would you marry us? They were both Jewish Orthodox. I said I would. I never heard from them again. I don't know what happened. But the point is, I grew up in a conservative world where I had non-Jewish friends in the beginning, and there were probably a non-Jewish girl or 2 I might have dated and went out and liked or whatever in elementary school. I would have brought home a non-Jewish girl. My mother would have shechted me. It never was an option, and I wasn't that into or rebel, whatever. But I've come to learn, and I got really lucky, because if you can find someone to love, some of us get married, some of us don't, some of us get married once, others more, whatever. Love is a rare thing in this world, to share someone's heart and soul with you. If you can find someone to love, it's a great thing. As a conservative rabbi, I dreaded the day. The consequence of living in America is that we're open to everybody. And we're told that everybody's good and equal, like we talked about. It's really hard to say it's a fine line everyone's good, everyone's fine, but don't marry them. That's a hard line. A lot of people don't get that. They just love each other. If you're watching what's going on now on TV, how many commercials and shows feature interracial and gender families, makeups, two men taking their child to a Holiday Inn for a commercial? It's just all over there. And the problem with that for traditional Jews is we like to stay amongst ourselves for a lot of reasons. But the reality is, in a lot of ways, it's a good thing. When I see a Jew married to a non-Jew, I know that that non-Jew is not going to tell people that he hates Jews. He's married to one. You know? The point is this. I love our tradition. I love our people. We should last forever. But to be friends with others, I would do two Jews. I wouldn't marry a Jew and a non-Jew, but two Jews I would. They're lucky to find each other. My daughter is gay. She's got a girlfriend now. She's in Texas. I'm thrilled for her. I don't want her to live alone. I'm not wild about living alone. I've been living alone for 6 years. It's like there's nobody like to give flowers to on Valentine's Day, you know? So you can find love at special thing. I started to say, I'll finish this. I dreaded the day one of my girls would date a non-Jew, and probably all of them did at one point. What was I going to say to my congregation? Oh, Rabbi, you tell us we should marry Jewish, our kids, and look at your daughter. Oh, I dreaded that. So my prayers were answered. My eldest came home one day. Linda died with Shiva. She came home first night, talked to her. She said, I met someone. She was here. I said, she? She goes, yeah, she was here tonight. You didn't meet her, you meet her tomorrow. I said, okay. I met her girlfriend at the time. They got engaged and it broke off. She was lovely. I loved her. I was converting her. I said, my dreams came true. I was worried about bringing home anybody other than a young Jewish woman. She brought home a black, non-Jewish gay woman. My prayers answered. I'm sure this will be easy giving a sermon on from the Bema. Hi, guys. Meet Brooke. I met her. I accepted her like a daughter in 3 seconds. No ifs, ands, or buts. My daughter loved her. I loved her. The point of a lot of this is, with the Bema and the this and the that, and I don't do interfaith ceremonies, and I'm not saying Jews should come up and be rabbis and run the synagogue and read the Torah and whatever, but what I am saying is that if we can come together and find goodness in each other and appreciate each other and welcome each other, that's amazing. And if you can find love, it's not something you should get rid of so quickly, because you can't love everybody. You just don't. And if you can find someone special, it's great. And when I met Brooke, my daughter loved her, and she said to me, I want to take care of your daughter. Amazing. It's a shame they broke up, but she was a good girl. I wish her luck.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Is this on? How about a question that was submitted, maybe?
Sure. You've already answered several, so I'm moving down the list.
Talking a lot, why not?
What are your goals for your rabbinate over the next 5 to 10 years?
5 to 10 years. I didn't think I'd make it to this age. Unbelievable. I buried someone the other day. Guess how old they were? Come on, you can guess.
80.
103. Not my first one. I bar mitzvahed a man at 103 and a half. Truth be told, I'm not sure he knew what was going on. But God bless him, we bar mitzvahed him. It was amazing. Imagine. What?
He was there for the party.
He was there.
You're right.
He was there. One big goal I have, did you say for my rabbinate?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you a bunch of things, and they all kind of go together. I would love to see the end of this Daf Yomi cycle. I think that's the 14th cycle, the 13th, I'm not sure. But it's amazing. In studying Daf Yomi now for 2.5 years, I study it every day. This afternoon, I hope to get to it. I don't want to miss it. I haven't missed a day. I studied in Israel. I studied it when I was in Portugal. I studied it wherever I've been. And I plan on doing that. I've been to a Daf Yomi shir in Hebrew in Jerusalem. That was a score. Thanks, sweetie. That was a score. I love this thing. Studying Daf Yomi, the page a day, I've learned two things. One, how much I know. Wow. But more than that, I don't know anything. I hear these things. I call my colleagues who are smart guys. I go, did you know this? I never heard of that. I said it on the Daf today. So it's a great thing. It's nice to feel like you know something. Why does every Chumash begin on page 2? Every Masechet the Talmud begin on page 2? Every one. So no one should feel they're ever starting all over from the beginning. You don't know anything. We all know something. You all know something. Feel good about that. Go from there. So I want to finish this cycle, and we are now 2 years into it. It's going to end, I think, June 2027. I teach it once a week to a class. You know, who knows where tomorrow's going. But I wound up here. I would love to have a Daf Yomi class. I teach it once a week on Zoom. I got 6 people that would rather be in, not whatever, they just will not miss the class no matter what. They're there every week, and I have people drop in and out. And it's great. And I told them, I'm teaching the class now. They said, we're going to be with you. We want you to keep teaching. I'm teaching. I said, if I wind up in another place, then if I have a class, we could all come together. Because it's a great thing. So I'd like to finish the cycle. You know, when they finish, they have a huge party. And I'm already planning the party. Should be alive for 5 years. Take one thing at a time. I'd like to finish the Daf cycle. I have several degrees. When I graduated rabbinical school, I slumped in a chair and I went, I'm done. Can't learn anymore. I'm done. I didn't take a minute's breath from nursery school to rabbinical school. I didn't take a year off. I didn't take a month off. I didn't do anything. I went straight. That's all changed. Now I want to get a doctorate. Figuring out how to do it. I am an ardent fan of music, the Grateful Dead especially, and have developed a lot of parallels between the Dead and Judaism. I've written articles that are online about Judaism and Grateful Dead. I've taught classes. It's an amazing thing. People come up to me and they go, I would never talk to a rabbi. What's with you and the Dead? It's great. Because we start talking. Before you know it, we're talking about Judaism and other stuff. The record I made is a rock opera, which is a lot of classical rock, and I mixed it up. There's Broadway, there's blues, there's everything. But when I toured with my band and we played all over the country, and I was going to leave the rabbinate and just play the music because I love teaching and I love the music, but the economy was bad. It wasn't a good time. People learn the stories of Genesis by listening to the record. And I don't think I'm going to be home before I come back, but one way or another, I should tell you, our dear leader, among others, I will bring several copies of my CD. Remember what a CD is?
Mm-hmm.
My middle daughter, one day when she was young, went downstairs, came upstairs with one of my records. I had the best. I loved my record collection. She came upstairs. She freaked out. I said, what's the matter? She goes, it's the biggest CD I ever saw. I will bring several copies. It's a lot of fun. It's the life, the art, that's all that's good. When I do funerals, and I do funerals a lot in the community because people call on me, if I know someone was artistic, often I will be moved to say, if you create something beautiful in this world, whether it's crocheting, pottery, you're a painter. I paint too when I get a chance. I'm still working on a painting now for over a year. I got to finish it, and I want to do more. So I want to do more painting. I'm working on my second album. So everybody goes instinctively, is it on Exodus? No. This first one was all about Genesis and went through a lot of cycles to get there. Title, Tales from the First Book. What's the first book? Genesis. That's what that is, but it's cryptic, very Grateful Dead-like. A little bit here, a little bit there, you can't see it all, you think it's there. Tales, as opposed to stories or songs, was a tip to one of my favorite of all-time groups, Cream. Tales of Brave Ulysses. So I called it Tales from the First Book. My second one, I started working on it. I'm so excited about it. I got very delayed from life. You know, the best laid plans, right? But I want to make a second one. It's going to be a combination of Kabbalah and a famous Jewish story called The Treasure. and I'm working on it. And actually, my guitarist called me the other day, like, where are you? I'm getting there. Busy interviewing and meeting a whole new group of Jews. It's going to take all my attention for a weekend. Give me a chance. But I'd like to make that. I would love to lead trips to Israel again. I want to write a book on Judaism and the Grateful Dead. And having studied Daf, I can tell you I could write a different book. I started it 10 times, but I don't have my final hook on it. There's so many ways to go with it. For all of you who know stuff, like I love lyrics and words, and one of the things I do with a class is I take Torah verses and compare them to Grateful Dead lyrics and show parallel themes, and it's like wild. And I talk about Judaism and the dead. I was once backstage at their last New Year's Eve concert with my brother and some friends, and this little kid was running around. And someone said, oh, there's Mickey's kid, one of the drummers. So I said, oh, they go, you know, Mickey's half Jewish. I have a picture in a book of him wearing his bar mitzvah talis and kippah, one of the drummers, half Jewish. Somebody hit me and went, you should be the rabbi that bar mitzvahs him. You're the guy. So I'd like to like that because it lights me up. And you don't have to be into the dead. I tell people, say your passion is dancing, Broadway, whatever. Just compare the passions. The dead is my vehicle. With Judaism, do with you. I had a whole reason why for another time. But I'd like to get a doctorate, like to write a book, like to do all these things, make my second record, finished off, and write and teach, and just, you know, make some more friends, live happy, see what I can do. Watch my granddaughter grow.
I'll give you one last question. What are your views about kashrut in the synagogue?
What's kashrut? I'm only kidding.
Good answer.
I'm only kidding. Right away. Oh, not good answer, Rabbi. You know, if I would have chosen to go to yeshiva, my alma mater for rabbinical school, to become an Orthodox rabbi, yeshiva at that time, it's probably not too different. You had to learn the laws of chulin and the laws of kashrut, and then the laws of gittin, divorce. And then you became a rabbi. It's very different in other schools. Kashrut is a central Jewish thing. The conservative movement espouses it. It used to, at least for one of their biggest mitzvot. The reality is a lot of conservative Jews don't keep kosher. They don't keep kosher all the time. Maybe in the house, maybe not out. You know, the big joke is every conservative family keeps kosher 3 sets of dishes. Dairy, meat, and treif. For Chinese food. Really. Of course. You know? So we actually read it today, so I want to tell it to you. We read the words today, Lo tivashel gedi b'chalev imo. You shall not cook a kid in its mother's milk. Moshe's up Mount Sinai. God says, I'm going to teach you Torah. Lo tivashel gedi b'chalev imo. You shouldn't cook a kid in its mother's milk. To understand the joke, it's repeated 3 times in the Torah, which is a lot. Any repetition is a lot, like Avraham, other things. 3 times? Like, why? Talmud asks the same thing, repetition, all that stuff. So he says, don't cook your kid in its mother's milk. Moshe says, I know exactly what you're talking about. He says, at home, I got to have like dairy plates and meat plates and dairy silverware and meat silverware and all this other stuff. Right, God? To which God says, don't cook a kid in its mother's milk. To which Moshe responds, and I get it. And on Pesach, I got to have a whole separate set of dishes. And I can't eat kitniot, although all that's changed now. And this and that and the whole thing. Right, God? To which God says, did you hear what I said? Don't cook a kid in its mother's milk. To which Moshe replies, oh, I know. We should only eat out in kosher restaurants. And if we go to Denny's, only have grilled cheese and ask what the french fries were fried in and do this and do that and all this other stuff. Right, God? To which God finally responds after the 3rd time, okay, so have it your way. Kashrut is a beautiful thing. It's a big part of our tradition. If you keep kosher, you're aware of your Jewishness 24/7. If you go to services 1 day a year, all right. But a lot of days you're not connected. Kashrut connects us to our past. It's a way of eating. In the synagogue, it's one thing because we're kind of insular and it's great. Although I'm kind of like, like, I'll give you an example. I like to insist that the wine we use for brachot, for ritual, be hechshered wine. However, the conservative movement said you can drink non-hechshered wine. So like if the sister calls, the men's club, we want to have a party, drink some wine, do we need to be hechshered? I tell them, if you can, it's great, supports the industry, but it doesn't have to be. Cheeses are pretty much okay, things like that. But in terms of meat and all that other stuff, I insist that they're kosher. We have ways of working out with caterers, with Shabbos and lights and all that stuff. So it should be a positive thing, but it should be a thing that doesn't drag us down, but a thing that we celebrate, we learn, we all know we're doing, and we enjoy doing it. Not, it's a burden. It's a burden, because a lot of Jews ran from Judaism and Kashrut because they felt it was a burden, and they didn't want to do it, and it was hard. I had a story once. We were having a Friday night dinner, and the word got around next week that, did you see the rabbi let them serve milk with meat? Sholdikmir? Excuse me? Kosher caterer had kosher dairy rich with the coffee, but someone thought it was milk. So they started telling everybody. So I learned there's ways to make sure people know that it's not milk. If it's a parv meal, it's parv and all that stuff. I love that you had meat and vegetarian here. When I was at Recon, they had a big vote over what the dining room was going to be. And instead of leaving people out, they said we're going to have 3 different kinds of placemats. I'm eating meat, I'm eating dairy, I'm eating parv. It was great. And now today you need 20 placemats, right? For being this and that, and you only eat this, you only eat that. It's all good. We should all be comfortable. We should all feel we can eat something here. But I like that we do kosher, but I think, it should just be done in a way that's true to us, the group, and true to the values, and not like things to fight about, right? I hate when that goes on.
Part of the question for that was this congregation, and I did not know this, were before pandemic holding what they called potluck, and people would cook things at home, but they would have to list the ingredients, and they were told they had to be hechshered. Am I correct? No. Here we go. 20 opinions.
It has to be dairy, and nothing went into the kitchen. Anything we brought would go into the kitchen, everything was disposed. So where did you hear that?
Yeah.
I'd love to know where.
Oh. In most of my shuls, we haven't been into potluck because you get into the whole thing of trust. And are people really bringing what they say they are, or not bringing this, or not bringing that? The idea of potluck is beautiful. It's community. It's together. I can't serve everybody, but we can serve everybody. We can bring. So if you lay down strictures and you say, here's how we're going to do it, like it's going to be dairy. Dairy doesn't have to be a hashgachet. It can be. That's more machmir, more strict. It can be more makel, where you have just dairy. If you want to try to list ingredients, if you can pull it off, great. It's not always easy. What are you going to do? Spend an hour reading what everybody made and all the ingredients and how they did it and when they did it, and then well, when did you make this? Did you make it on Shabbos? Did you make it before Shabbos? What bowl did you use? What fork did you use? Did you make it next to pepperoni pizza? What did you do? I mean, then it becomes what you call tirchet tzibur. It's too much. It's like, who wants to go? But if you can figure out how to simplify it, and you really can. I was thinking about that because I wanted to tell you, Judaism's like a whole big thing. You can really simplify it. Avadim hayinu atah b'nei chorim. We used to be slaves, so now we're free. We should help others be free. You can really simplify it. And remember the famous story from Hillel and Shammai? Man came up to Shammai and said, teach me all Judaism while I stand on one foot. He thought he was belittling him, drove him away in anger. Same man came up to Hillel and said, teach me all Judaism while I stand on one foot. What did Hillel say? Quoted the Torah. What did he say? Leviticus 19:18, v'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, love your neighbor as yourself. He said, that's all of Judaism. The rest is commentary, and I'll go and study. The guy was so impressed that Hillel not only answered him, but patiently with love, that he converted, became one of his greatest disciples. If there's a way of figuring out, I love the idea of potluck, that we have to figure out. And maybe you're in and maybe you're not. Maybe you're like, you know what, this is not for me. I need to know what I'm eating in my kitchen, all this stuff. Okay, but there's times to do it, and there's a lot of ways to do it. You can do it out of the kitchen. We did that. We started bringing pizza in for the kids and other things, but we didn't put it in the kitchen. So we did that, obviously vegetarian and cheese only. But you could do these things. Also, I went to pizzerias that I knew. Friends of mine who owned them, I said, listen, can I ask you a favor? Can we buy like 10 pans and cook pizza for us on this one and not mix it with other stuff? No problem. Today, everybody wants the business. So you can also work these things out with pizza. Pizza is always the big question in the synagogue. There's ways to do it. Doesn't have to go into the kitchen. Can be dairy. You don't want to eat non-hashgacha pizza, don't eat it. But it can bring us together to be great for kids and youth events and high school and all that.
Good. Thank you. Are there
Sure.
any other questions? Thank you. I'll take that as a no. Rabbi,
So-
thank you very much for your time today.
You're welcome. Can I have one last minute, or were you waiting?
Absolutely.
So, really, I can't believe you guys. You didn't ask the one question that would have stopped all this. You didn't even ask me if I was Jewish. I prepared for today. I love to disarm people in a good way, and I love to make them feel good in a good way. I can't tell you how many times I've done a bar mitzvah, been in the synagogue, been in a funeral. I do funerals all the time. I'm doing a funeral on Sunday. It's a famous story in Philly. I didn't know about it. My daughters all called me. They called me to do it. This guy named Roger Siegel. He was a famous musician. South Philly. I've heard at least 3 versions of what happened. But it seems that he double parked. Someone got angry, wound up stabbing him to death outside of a Wawa. He was a big musician, probably not the kind of like Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood musician you hear, but like he traveled the world, he had a band, people knew him, session musician. I'm doing his funeral on Sunday. They said, we need you. You're like a guy that will relate to this crowd. I once did a funeral, hundreds of people. The guy who died, sick, young, he was a tattooist. So all these people came with, they said, you got to do this one. This is your crowd. I don't have tattoos. My daughters do. But I did it, and I remember going, Howard, who here has a tattoo that Howard did? You never saw a group light up. They felt the connection. They raised hands. I said, who here has more than one? People got up, their whole bodies were tattooed. They loved this guy. The point was, whether or not you agree with tattoos in Jewish tradition or not, I also teach that class, and piercings and all this other stuff. The point is, they went from me a stranger to me a friend, and it helped. I love when sometimes people come up and they go, Rabbi, like, wow, that was like a great, I've never been there before, it's like a great wedding you did. And sometimes I'll go, I know, and I'm not even Jewish. They laugh like you do, and right away we're friends. That's what it's all about, man. You know, there's a lot of stories about what you need to worry about here on earth. And one of them is what God's going to ask you in heaven. Live your life so that you're ready to answer. So hopefully, and I told this recently to somebody, I think it was part of a big tribute to me when I left the last shul. They said, Rabbi said to me, if I have helped one Jew, one person along the path, it would have been worth it. And that's what I say. So I hope this has helped. It's been a joy getting to know you. Thanks for your friendliness.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. Just a reminder, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, we have morning minyan here in the sanctuary, followed by bagels and schmear, some time to chat with the rabbi a little bit more. And we will be having a Zoom Q&A again tomorrow morning. I don't have the time in front of me.
Is that with me?
Yes, you will be there.
I'm here like through minyan until about, I have to leave by like, I think we said 11:15.
Oh, I heard 12.
It might be a little shorter because of this funeral. I talked to, I think, Mindy. I have to see. The funeral, I have to check what time it is. That would be the outside. but if we can get it closer to maybe 11:30 or something, we'll see. We'll work it out. I'll check my time on the funeral.
Okay.
Hi, guys. Nice meeting you, dear. Pleasure. Nice meeting you.
That's that. Nice day. You good? What?
You did well.
Yeah, good.
You know?
Have a good one.
There's ways to work out. There's confusion out there. Gary Lewinsky, Department of Did you hear about the? How are you guys doing already? Good. That's why Harry is going to be here. You know, Sundays, that's why I do very well. Sundays, Harry is Actually, you come on Thursday though? Oh, I didn't. Exactly. What line are you on?
שחקי שחקי על החלומות זו אני החול אמצא שחקי כי באדמה מי כי עודני מאמין בה שחקי כי עוד נפשי דרור שואפת Sachi